change it to English and continue the speech. روشنش کنید.
سلام بر حضار محترم، شرکت کنندگان و بازدید کنندگان از 17مین دوره نمایشگاه سولارکس استانبول. امروز افتخار دارم به نمایندگی از مرکز تجارت ایران در استانبول به عنوان کارگزار خارجی سازمان توسعه و تجارت ایران در جمع شما فرهیختگان و پیشگامان عرصه اقتصاد درباره ظرفیت‌های بی‌نظیر همکاری بین ایران و ترکیه و نقش این مرکز در تسهیل روابط تجاری صحبت کنم.
Greetings to the esteemed attendees, participants and visitors of the 17th edition of the Solarex Istanbul exhibition. On behalf of the Iran Trade Center in Istanbul, as the official foreign representative of the Trade Promotion Organization of Iran, it is my honor to speak with you, leaders, visionaries, and innovators, about the powerful opportunities for cooperation between Iran and Turkey, and the vital role this center plays in connecting economics. Imagine a golden bridge stretching from east to west. Iran and Turkey, two neighbors with deep historical roots and strategic positioning, can be the pillars of that bridge. Iran, with its vast energy reserves, a skilled workforce, and a strong industrial base in petrochemicals, mining, agriculture, and technology, and Turkey with its logistical strength, thriving tourism sector, and access to Eastern Europe and West Africa, are uniquely positioned to reshape Eurasia. The Iran Trade Center in Istanbul is here to help turn this vision into reality. We are proud to offer practical, hands-on support for businesses in both countries. We connect top producers and traders, build strong networks, and open doors to direct and profitable collaborations. We serve as a neutral and trustworthy partner, ensuring all sides honor their commitments and minimizing the risk of disputes. For each product and sector, we provide comprehensive market reports, what customers want, to who the competitors are, and where the real opportunities lie. We offer legal and strategic solutions, from intellectual property to contract enforcement and dispute resolution. We pave the way for your participation in major trade events in both countries, including exhibitions right here in Istanbul and back in Tehran. We organize high-impact business trips, arranging meetings with decision makers and tours of key industrial sites. With trusted logistic partners, we make transportation, customs clearance, and warehousing faster and more affordable. Our mission is simple. We take care of the administrative, financial, and legal complexities so you can focus on what really matters, growing your business and maximize your profits. Let's be clear, Turkey is not a country, it's a living trade bridge. And through this bridge, Iranian goods can flow to EU, Balkans, and even to West African markets like Nigeria and Ghana. Recent agreements like the 2023 Preferential Trade Agreement and the North-South Transport Corridor have made the path even smoother, and Iran's potential goes far beyond oil and gas. We hold the world's largest reserves of zinc and lead. We are the second largest pistachio producer, and we rank fifth in crude steel exports globally. Our digital product export have grown by 40% in the past 2 years, an achievement we are proud. Iran's regional agreements provide access to market of over 400 million, a geopolitical asset with unmatched potential. These numbers aren't just statistics. They are a launchpad for strategic partnerships. Our two governments are working toward raising bilateral trade to $30 billion with new policies such as lifting tariffs on 150 goods and promoting joint investments in renewable energy. The Iran Trade Center in Istanbul is committed to turning these plans into tangible action, from paper to practice. We are here to prove that political borders are not economic borders. Together, Iran and Turkey can not only transform Eurasia, but influence the global economy. I invite you right here, right now, to take the first step toward building a shared future, a future full of potential that may never comes again. Thanks from Dr. Hosseini for this speech. And as an executive director and a strategist of ITMER, I want to add some information which I think we can't turn blind eye on them. Currently, Iran is facing a 30,000 megawatt electricity shortage. The government has emphasized that 25,000 megawatts of this demand should be met through solar energy. Out of this, 12,000 megawatts are considered an urgent priority. So, as you can see, we have lots of numbers which are attractive for people who want to work in solar energy. But we don't have enough time here to complete all of this. There is a wealth of information and numerous opportunities available for investment, sales, and organizing specialized B2B meetings with you, which is attractive. I warmly invite you to visit our booth at Hall 7, number F03. You can share your contact information with us there, or you can get our business card here and send us email, because we want to send all information for you via email. Now, I want to introduce Mr. Wahidi, who is the economic counselor at the Consulate General of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and he wants to read Mr. Ahmad Mohammadi message for you, the esteemed Consulate General of Iran in Istanbul.
The mic is on, yes. Good day, everyone. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to have this opportunity to participate in such a wonderful event, and as well as the 17th International Solar Energy Exhibition. First of all, I would like to thank the Solarex as well as the Iran Trade Center for organizing such a wonderful gathering. His Excellency Mr. Mohammadi, the Consul General of the Islamic Republic of Iran to Istanbul, was scheduled to deliver a speech at this gathering, but unfortunately he couldn't make it due to a work-related trip. And therefore, I am going to read his message to this event. In the name of God, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor that my message is being shared at this B2B meeting between Iranian and Turkish companies, held alongside the 17th International Solar Energy and Related Technologies Exhibition in Istanbul. I regret that I am unable to attend in person to a business trip to Izmir. Nevertheless, I extend my warmest greetings to all participants. Iran and Turkey, as neighboring nations with immense potential in renewable energy, particularly solar energy, are well positioned to take meaningful steps toward the growth of this vital sector by sharing and benefiting from each other's experiences. In recent years, Turkey has made remarkable advances in solar energy, positioning itself as a regional leader in the field. Iran, with over 300 sunny days per year, possesses tremendous potential for solar power development. However, the current share of renewables in Iran's energy mix remains limited, highlighting the need for investment and strategic planning. We plan to introduce 10,000 megawatts of renewable electricity into our grid by the end of 2025. I apologize. The private sector plays a key role in advancing renewable energy in both countries. Enhanced collaboration between Iranian and Turkish companies can foster technology transfer, attract investment, and facilitate the execution of joint projects. Turkey's experience in securing international investment and successfully implementing the large-scale initiatives can serve as an invaluable model for Iran. In this spirit, I propose the formation of joint working groups between our private sector to explore opportunities, identify area of cooperation, and define collaborative project. Furthermore, easing legal frameworks and offering government incentives can significantly expedite progress. At the end, I sincerely hope this meeting serves as a foundation for deeper collaboration between our two nations in the field of renewable energy, and that together, by utilizing our existing capacities, we can make a meaningful contribution to sustainable development and clean energy solutions in the region. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Ahmad Mohammadi, Consul General of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Istanbul.
Thank you, Mr. Wahidi. In addition to what has been mentioned, we also are here as a representative of International Exhibition Company of Iran. As you know, if you are a businessman or a trader, you need lots of information, and you should know about the numbers and companies in Iran for better choices. So we are pleased to have the CEO of this organization with us today, who will be sharing more insights during the session. Dr. Begzadeh.
Merhaba sevgili arkadaşlar. Konuşmamın başında
Hello, distinguished friends. With the beginning of my speech, I would like to extend my thanks to the 17th International Solar Energy Technologies and Energy Storage exhibition, to Solarex. Thank you very much for your contributions and for having such a wonderful organization. Today, I am very proud and honored to be here with you.
Uluslararası fuar dermeklerinde oyu olan İran'ın en büyük ve en önemli fuar merkezi olarak kabul edilir.
Today, we are here all together in one of the biggest and the most important fair centers of the world, and we are witnessing different structures, very rich infrastructures. There are more than thousands of companies in here.
15. Tehran Uluslararası Yenilebilir Enerji.
In our country, we have a similar exhibition. Is the 15th International Energy Expo, and it is organized in November. In Iran, we are planning to have an investment of more than 25,000 megawatt, and this is indicating that Iran is a proper market for that kind of investigation. I'm hereby kindly inviting you to participate as an exhibitor to our national and international expos. The companies who wish to participate to the solar exhibition in Iran, they need to visit the Turkey-Iran Trade Center here in Istanbul. You will be informed by that center. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm waiting you to hear.
Vital information for businessmen and companies. We will be joined by Mr. Khan Erlab, the CEO of Pentagony Company, who will share with us the available opportunities, recent plans and commitments, and practical avenues in this sector within Iran.
Thank you. Is it clear? Honorable guests, distinguished officials, and industry leaders. It's an honor to address you on a matter of strategic importance, the development of renewable energy in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the immense opportunity for cooperation between Iran and Turkey. Today, climate change and energy security are the global challenges that demand the regional solutions, because, as we all know, the atmosphere that we breathe is one. Either in Iran or in overseas, we breathe the same air, and the renewable energy is the solution for a better, cleaner future. Iran and Turkey, two major regional powers, have much to gain by joining forces in the pursuit of clean, sustainable power. Iran, in particular, is blessed with abundant sunshine and strong winds, yet renewables currently account for less than 1% of Iran's electricity generation, far behind it needs and leaving a waste potential untapped. This cooperation can help change that narratively. In this speech, I will outline the current state and renewable energy potential of Iran, recent plans by the Iranian government, the challenges and opportunities posed by the international political situations, and practical avenues for Iran-Turkey collaboration. I will also highlight the mutual benefits for cooperation for both nations. By the end, the case will be clear that a robust Iran-Turkey partnership in renewable energy is not only feasible, but indeed strategically vital for our economical, environmental, and geopolitical future. I'm not going to go too much details into the figures, but Iran is endowed with exceptional renewable energy resources, especially in solar and wind. Vast sweetness of the country basks in over 300 sunny days per year, giving an estimated technical solar power potential of 150 gigawatts. Iran's geography features extensive wind corridors from mountain passes in the north to the shores of the Persian Gulf, yielding an estimated wind energy potential of around 30 to 70 gigawatts. There are also notable geothermal resources in the northwest and significant hydroelectric capacity in Iran's rivers. With such natural advantages, Iran could become a regional powerhouse of clean energy. Yet, despite this immense potential, Iran's current deployment of renewables remains very modest. Excluding large hydro dams, Iran has only about 1,450 megawatts of installed renewable capacity, mostly solar and wind, as of early 2025, a tiny fraction of its total power generation capacity. Renewables contribute less than 1% of Iran's electricity output at present, which is clearly insufficient to meet the country's growing energy needs. Iran also relies heavily on hydropower, but recent surf droughts have reduced hydro output and caused electricity shortages and summer blackouts. This gap between potential and reality is exactly why Iran's now pivoting toward an ambitious renewable energy expansion, an effort that can greatly benefit from collaboration with experienced partners from Turkey. The Iranian government in recent years has made bold commitments to accelerate renewable energy development. In 2022, the energy minister set ambitious targets, 10 gigawatt of new renewable capacity by 2025 and 30 gigawatt by 2030. These goals marked the dramatic leap in ambition and signaled high-level recognition that Iran's energy future must be more sustainable. Under the current administration, renewable energy has been elevated to a national priority to help fix Iran's power shortages. Officials have moved quickly to back up the pledges with the action. Tens of gigawatts of solar and wind projects have already been approved for development by the private investors, and the government is actively removing obstacles and fast-tracking permits. Regulations are being streamlined to shorten approval procedures, approval times, and allocate land for new solar and wind farms. Iran is also introducing incentives for attract investment. The government has vowed not to interfere where the private sector is ready to build, and it has rolled out financing packagings, including local currency loans and other support, to help fund projects despite banking hurdles. As a result, thousands of megawatts of new solar projects have been contracted with private developers, aiming to bring those projects online before next summer's peak demand. These efforts are already yielding results. Iran's grid-connected renewable capacity, around 1.5 gigawatt in early 2025, is projected to roughly quadruple to about 5 gigawatt by 2026. Achieving the full 30 gigawatt vision will still require sustainable effort, large investments, and technology. And this is where cooperation with Turkey becomes crucial. Iran has essentially opened the door for partners like Turkey to join its clean energy drive so that this transformation can be fully realized. International policies have undoubtedly complicated Iran's renewable push by restricting access to foreign capital and technology. Investments largely stalled in recent years due to this financial insulation, and progress slowed as Iran had to rely heavily on domestic capabilities for equipment. Even so, Iran has sought creative ways around by partnering with neighbors willing to engage. Turkey stands out as a country that has kept energy ties with Iran alive, demonstrating that where mutual benefit exists, cooperation finds a way. In 2024, the two sides even agreed to start trading electricity between their grids, showing that practical collaboration is possible. Focusing on renewable energy specifically may further avoid geopolitical sensitiveness. Investing in solar plants or wind farms is clearly aimed at development and environment goals, making it more politically palatable. This opens the door for technical collaboration and joint projects that might be off limits in oil and gas sector. Moreover, Iran and Turkey can leverage alternative financing mechanisms beyond Western channels, for instance, regional development banks, sovereign funds, or barter arrangements, to fund renewable ventures. By teaming up with Turkey, Iran can also tap into Turkey's well-developed banking links to the global markets to help finance clean energy projects in a transparent and lawful manner. In short, while political solutions pose challenges, they are also acting as a catalyst, pushing Iran to cooperate with neighbors like Turkey and innovate new models of cooperation. Together, the two countries can turn to a constraint into an opportunity and build greater resilience through renewable energy. As a conclusion, Iran's renewable energy sector is on the cusp of transformation, poised to turn the country's abundant sunshine and strong winds into reliable power. Iran has set bold targets and begun laying the groundwork domestically, but to fully realize the vision and overcome its hurdles, it will benefit from a strong partnership. Turkey is the ideal partner in this endeavor. By pooling resources, sharing knowledge, and coordinating policies, Iran and Turkey can achieve results far beyond what either could accomplish alone. Let this partnership be a shining example of how countries can work together for a greener and a more secure future. By harnessing power of the sun and the wind, Iran and Turkey can illuminate a new path of sustainable development, shared progress, and enduring friendship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Before ending this session, I want to say our thanks to the Solarex who gives us these golden opportunities to be here. Thank you for listening, for thinking, and for deciding today to build that future with us and beside us. Appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you so much.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
خب بریم.
تمام شد.
Lütfen.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
at the Solar Hub event, we will be talking about Turkey rising with the sun, and we're going to be talking about innovation and strategy. We'll be presenting our opinions and ideas and recommendations. Before we get started, I would like to request our panelists to introduce themselves. We can start from the right. Please go ahead. Hello, my name is Eriş Kısa. I'm from Aksa Energy. I'm the Deputy General Manager, and I'm here on behalf of Murat Kirazlı. First of all, I'd like to wish a successful fair to all participants. My name is Kubilay Demir. I'm from the Ministry of Industry and Technology, and I'm a technical consultant. And we work with the Deputy Minister, and we will generally working on renewable energy development. Hello, my name is Muhammed Albayrak. I'm from the Energy and Natural Resources Ministry, and I work as the group coordinator for solar energy. I wish everyone a successful speech and session, and also I wish a very successful fair to all participants and visitors of the fair. Hello, my name is Associate Professor Onur Taylan. I'm at the METÜ Otugunam Solar Panel Department Chair, and I'm generally working in solar energy, and I wish everyone a successful panel. Hello, my name is Çağrı Yildiram. I work for DUPITAC as the European Programmes Coordinator. I'm the National Coordinator. I hope we have a very efficient and productive meeting. Thank you very much. While ending our session today, we would like to request the participation of our viewers. And for you to be able to do this, we have a Ventimeter technology that we'll be utilizing. And you can scan the QR code and participate, answer, respond to the questions. This will be possible for you. Let me just introduce myself as well, and also you can introduce yourselves very quickly as well through the QR code. I'm the Türkiye Solar Power Association chairman. I'm İzzet Özaydın, and I've been working in the production of photovoltaic panels for the past 15 years. I'm very close to the industry, and I'm very closely related to the development and taking precautions against the overseas in the industry, and I will continue to be interested in these areas, working in these areas. Our first Mentimeter question is coming on the screen right now, and after this question, if you can mark what you're actually doing right now. Are you a manufacturer? Are you an investor? We'd like information from you regarding this. You'll need to read the QR code, scan the QR code, and then you can access these questions. So we are planning on having an interactive session because after our speakers offer their views, we'll be asking the same questions to you. Now, our title here is Turkey Rising with the Sun and our strategies, and what our standing should be in this regard. I'm sure you know 10, 12 years ago, when solar energy investments were being carried out, we all had one thing on our minds. Let's do as much solar power investments as possible. And now we're thinking something completely different. Now we are thinking that we need to have sustainable and manageable solar power investments. All our institutions and ministries have the viewpoint that this is how we can increase the share of solar power, and this is how we can avoid the situation that Europe has found itself in, and I agree with this wholeheartedly. And from this point, I want to ask my first question to Mohammed Bey. If we want to make our solar power investments manageable, sustainable, in a planned manner and staged manner, in this table that you have seen, these capacities that have been mentioned, if we look at the capacity in two columns, minimum and maximum, I'd like to get Mohammed Bey's opinion on this matter, and how would they like to show us the path? Please go ahead, Mohammed Bey. As you know, Turkey has a net zero emissions 2053 goal, and within this scope, as you mentioned, sustainable renewable energy share needs to increase. As of the end of 2022, we published our Turkey National Energy Plan, and we have goals for 2035 in our renewable energy plans, but we didn't remain here. At COP29 in Baku last year, we moved our goals further forward and put more decisive goals in place. And within this scope, solar and wind power, established power, we aim to raise fourfold. And the lion's share here is in solar power. This isn't only valid for our country, but worldwide. This 120 gigawatts capacity will be based on solar power, solar energy. Within this scope, there are different application areas. There are different investment models in Turkey, licensed investments, unlicensed investments. We have hybrid investment models. And the goals that we have stated, we should remember that they're not our ministry goals, they are our foresight as investors. Because we are a legislative authority, we are tasked with making legislative changes to allow for the right investment environment. We do have certain indicators in our hands, and these investments, where they will focus in the coming years. We do have indicators in this regard. In Turkey right now, there are approximately 45 gigawatts capacity of solar power, which has been allocated, but which has not yet been implemented. Apparently, 15 gigawatts of this capacity, as you know, is solar power plants with storage, and 20 gigawatts is unlicensed, allocated to industrialists. 2 gigawatts is a YK capacity, and we also have hybrid and other licensed power stations within this capacity. When we consider this for the next coming 10 years, as you know, to be able to achieve this goal, we need to have a 5 gigawatt capacity enter into force each year. I am expecting a 10 gigawatt storage facility to be entering into force within the next. Obviously, it's in the hands of the investors, but this is what we are foreseeing right now. This is what I'm waiting for. And it's a new technology, it's a new application, which is water surface solar power. We have a couple of unlicensed investments, but as a ministry, we want to have amphibious solar power generation, and we hope that we foresee that these are going to become more widespread in the coming 10 years. But the investment side, which I think will be more popular, will be unlicensed, especially in the past 2 years. The established power generation in terms of solar, 90% of this has been unlicensed production facilities. In fact, 2/3 of all established energy generation plants last year were established in terms of unlicensed solar, and this shows us what sort of investment we're going to see in the coming years. I think the bulk of it is going to be on the unlicensed side, as you can see on your charts. Rooftop solar power generation also has a huge standing here, and in this 10-year, I believe there's going to be an significant amount of investment in this area. But I'd like to repeat that, especially on the unlicensed side, I believe that's going to be the dominant side. That's my opinion. Okay, I'd like to thank Mohamed Bey for his views. So let me just summarize what I understood, which is that in the coming 10 years, we have 120 gigawatts renewable energy capacity, which 40 has already been implemented. So of the remaining 80 gigawatts, actually 120 gigawatts goal is only for wind and solar, but has 40 of that already been completed, or is the 120 new? No, 35 gigawatts is already installed capacity. So when we divide up the remaining 80 gigawatts, and considering that a majority of this is going to be solar, 5-6 gigawatts each year investment needs to be carried out. Why? To be able to achieve this goal. So we need 5 or 6 gigawatts each year. Those with storage are being announced a lot right now among these 5 or 6 gigawatts, but as we're going to be discussing in a moment, we need a share we all know very, very well, and we know the reasons why the other types also need to have a share here. So I'm moving on to Energy Bay. Do you agree with this opinion? As someone in the very center of this industry, or do you have any other opinions? Thank you, Chairman. We've been working for a long time now. We've been collaborating on this for a long time now with the ministry as investors, with the energy markets regulatory boards. In our current mechanism, we have a general capacity which is sent by TH, and then these resources are shared out. And this is how this capacity is progressing. In the previous periods, in terms of Turkey, there was a great development, which was this capacity was always a problem in Turkey. The connectable capacity problem was experienced about 28 months ago, almost 28 months ago, at Energy Coordination Board meeting. We saw a draft law which says that solar and wind power stations with storage commitments, capacity can be granted to these in addition to the connectable capacity, and this draft was passed, and these applications were accepted as of November 2023, and now it's been 28 months for getting pre-permits, and as Mohamed Bey mentions, we have 220,000 megawatts. So if we say we're almost twofold of the current capacity applications we've received, and as Aksa Renewable Energy, where I work, we are working on projects to implement 1 gigawatt of projects. The first storage capacity renewable energy license was obtained by us. What does this license mean? A license means that all preliminary license permits have been received, and when the permit is then issued, you are then ready to construct. And after this point, all investors will slowly be ready for construction. In terms of our country, this is a very pleasing development, because to begin with, when these capacity data was provided, this was said that the capacity allocated would not be feasible because it's going to be for storage, but obviously the Turkish businessmen and Turkish developers, they are always ready to face any challenge, and they said, yes, this can be possible, and they've made it possible. And for them to be rapidly implemented is very, very important for Turkey. In what regard? Because the storage capacity being implemented means unlicensed and also other resources. It's very important for those as well, because the storage capacity also allows for grid flexibility. As you know, in Turkey, I left TH in 2019, by the way, and shortly after that, I started at Polat Energy and then moved to Aksa Energy. And our views at the time was that we need to take steps. There were pumping for the frequency control and peak sharing on the grids for easier grid operation. These technologies were always being discussed. Thankfully, these storage solutions developing so rapidly and becoming commercialized, as a result of this, these projects can now, with the establishment of storage, I believe that more renewable energy can be integrated to the system. I believe this is going to facilitate this and make it easier. So we have more multi-surface rooftop projects. I think this will be possible because of this storage solution, because of the flexibility of the grid. In times when production is high, consumption is low, or consumption is low, production is high, it will offer us the opportunity of using this renewable energy during these times. So I believe that these projects need to be supported very highly. The greatest obstacles in front of these projects, and we had a coordination board meeting together with the ministries and organizations, and on the agenda of everyone, and we're waiting for support from everyone here for a super permits law. This is on the agenda right now in Turkey. And for the super permits law, especially from the latest situation in Europe, especially with the situation in Ukraine, for these permits processes to be implemented within 18 months instead of the 8-10 years in Europe, or 3 to 4 years, and sometimes ending in rejection. These processes to be expedited. We can see that our ministry is very keen on this as well, but obviously these preliminary license periods are now critical for us, because EPDK gives us a set amount of time for these permits, but this has become 17, 18 months. And this super permits law, obviously there are different matters on the agenda right now in Turkey as well, but we're waiting for this draft to be implemented. In the coming months, the Energy Commission, obviously there are many different items that are dealt with here, but if this comes onto the agenda and becomes a law, then these projects will be able to receive their permits much faster. And the technical issues later, we're discussing these all the time. I've visited many stands today. These technologies, we are ready to move forwards the same way as we have in the past. And the second important problem here is in these projects, as you know, in 2013, when Turkey became a country that was investable, the company I worked, for example, we had funding from Canada. Why? Because the condition for this funding was Turkey being an investable country, and we had huge financing coming into Turkey at that time. So outside financing is very, very important, because no matter how much we say, for renewable energy to be affordable and high technology in Turkey, we need financing. And for this, Turkey needs to become more stable. And the CDS risk items need to be lowered. Once these two resources have been solved, then I believe that very quickly we will be able to implement not only 5 gigawatts, but 10 gigawatts per year. And with strengthened interconnection lines to Iraq and Syria, we'll be able to export energy. We can become an energy exporter. I'm very hopeful for the future. I wanted to keep it brief. Thank you very much. Thank you, Erinç Bey. Actually, I was going to ask my second part of the question, but because he answers so quickly, I'm a little bit scared, but just as long as we keep it brief, I'm going to ask this question. Okay, we keep saying with storage, with storage, with storage. So the with storage solutions, so 20 gigawatts here, 50 gigawatts here is being entered into force, is being implemented. On the chart that we saw earlier, the unlicensed producer, unlicensed investments for these to enter into, they're not going to be able to establish the buffer that is required for these, maybe for 5 years. Within these 5 years, TEAŞ, please only implement manageable and sustainable solar power. This is what they're saying. So what's going to happen? Like our 20 gigawatts investments, 17 gigawatts, this is solar and wind, for example. Could they, with a storage incentive, if we started from that point? Yes, you're very, very right about that. We do support this as well. And in our country, some of the unlicensed stations have actually started implementing storage without any incentive, because as we know in our country, the electric markets regulation, there is an unbalanced regulation about the collector mechanism, and in the energy production, the sales turnover 5%, there's a income loss in this collection. And this is planned to move towards 15% because there's a coefficient that this is managed on. But if with this coefficient, and if the investor can see a model where they can gain income, then these investments will enter into force automatically. So there's no need for an incentive, you say. Well, an incentive how? How could it could be in this regard for existing power generation stations, for the existing facilities. In the income model, there is the auxiliary services contribution and arbitrage incomes that are on the forefront. But if there are various models that are offered for this to contribute, then obviously this would be an incentive. But also we have an incentive which is only applied for the first 5 years, which is local parts. And if this was implemented from the date of storage instead of the first establishment, then this would also be beneficial. So this would give the opportunity to benefit from storage facilities that are manufactured or produced in our country. Now, I'm not going to ask the same question to Kubilay Bey, but if you could just say I agree or don't agree, or if there's anything you differ in, what we want to actually ask is, for the household level usage of solar energy, when we compare it with other countries, for us to reach these levels, what do we need to do? What's your opinion on what we need to do? First of all, I want to go back to the first chart we looked at. On this chart, the household solar energy, we can only see rooftop implementations, and it's quite difficult to receive permits and invest for rooftop. In Europe, there's a very widespread household solar power system, which we are calling balcony solar power systems. There's no requirements for any permits here. It's just a registration that is required from 1 point. 1.5 million households in Germany have these systems, but this is very limited in Turkey. Why? Because the rooftop solar power systems are applied on balcony solar power systems as well. This needs to change. Yes, there's a movement there at the moment. If you look at our strategic roadmap of the Ministry of Industry, which was published in March, by 2030, 85 gigawatt production is aimed for in terms of panel, and this is a very significant number. It is there's a capacity over demand right now in Turkey, and for this to be utilized, and for the energy production, solar power production, to be widespread amongst the public, these balcony solar power systems need to become more widespread. For a rooftop system, you have to get permits from 10, 12 different places, which is a very long process, and many people give up before they get started. On balcony solar powers, with box systems that you just plug-and-play system that you get from a technology market that you put on your garden or balcony, and the limit in Europe is 800 watts. That 800 watts can be injected into your household grid. and that's how much of a saving it is. And if you utilize it with a battery, then you're able to utilize it at night as well. And with these battery systems, these home systems can have a balancing impact on the grid as well. This is being studied in America and Holland right now. As Turkey, we do not have to follow these countries, but yes, we should follow them, but we need to take lessons from the mistakes they have made, and we need to take the lead from them when it comes to technology. That is our goal in terms of Ministry of Industry. These home-type batteries and solar systems, we believe, will have an impact which cannot be ignored on the grid. And for these to become more widespread, then the Energy Ministry regulation needs to be changed. In the industry right now, there is a 51C, but there's no Article 51C. The 51C article, if this is implemented, if this ends up in force, then we believe that they will be disseminated very quickly. But we're not going to make the mistake that Europe has made so far. There are a few mistakes that Europe has made in this regard, and the most important one here is low-quality systems being allowed into the country, especially to Germany and Netherlands. They've allowed very low-quality systems to enter into the market. Through TS, we will introduce an accreditation mechanism. We're currently working on this right now at TS. And what is this? This means a packet accreditation, which will be in question. So an imported device, pre-import, for it to be applied on the field, will need TS approval or will need to be on the approved list of TS, this brand and model. So from the start, from the get-go, we want to make quality systems widespread throughout Turkey. And if you pay attention here, many TS many uncertified models are already on the market right now, and we are going to require TS certification, and this will mean that TS models will become more widespread. That's the current situation. Thank you very much, Kubilay Bey. I want to give you a quick anecdote about the subject Kubilay Bey spoke about. Our company was established 13 years ago for the production of solar energy panels. When we established the company, the sentences that Kubilay Bey just said, we wrote down individually. We said we established a company only to produce solar panels for balconies. We made an agreement with a factory in Italy for these panels, and the microinverters were placed within the panel frame. We received our patents. We came to Turkey. We established the factory. We're going to start operations. And the ministry said, this is included in our rooftop legislation. So what are we going to do? What do we do now? I'm not going to give a name now, but we cannot succeed with this. Someone that's going to buy 1 or 2 panels, they can't go through all these procedures, architectural, static projects, municipal permits for 2 panels. We said, okay, we're not doing it then. Whether you want to or not, that's up to you. They said, we tried to put some pressure on, and it didn't happen, and we said, okay, so we're going to produce panels. So from that day forward, we've been producing panels. But if one day comes and this comes to life, then know that you'll see our brand first on the market. So you can be sure of that. Now let's turn to Çağrı Bey. Çağrı Bey, as you know, in 2026, the European Union will be starting their carbon footprints at the borders. So companies exporting to Europe have to make some preparations. We may be a little bit late, but some preparations need to be made. And as a result of these customs tariffs implemented by the US, I believe Turkey is becoming important in terms of an export base. Even if we've said that even if they've said that they have delayed these, they have postponed these, Turkey can become an export base, and we should not be facing customs in this event. So if we look at the table right now, what would you recommend to us? What sort of path should we take? If we cannot solve this with storage, what are the areas that we need to prioritize right now? How do we need to move forward? Thank you very much. The cross-border carbon organization regulation will become active as of the 1st of January 2026. There are priority industries: cement, glass, aluminium, hydrogen, and electricity are the industries that stand out. The companies that work in these industries need to lower their carbon emissions, because on the products they're going to be selling, there is going to be an additional carbon cost on their products. And for this reason, the easiest way of lowering carbon emissions is solar energy, because we have the highest 2,700-hour sun day hours. And in a priority, if they keep their grids clean, their energy clean, then these companies will be those that are the most prepared. In this regard,
Gridlerimiz
And even if there is like a cleaning share from hydroelectricity, will face great challenges, because EU is implementing the ITS since 2005, and because there is like an unfair situation, and we all are aware of the situation that is occurring with the United States of America. But of course, there are ongoing concerns because of the Russia. We have EU power, and they are like totally internalized. And there is also a fight against China, and maybe the same is going with Turkey. There is a solar PV alliance, and under the umbrella of this project, there are a lot of incentives which are spread throughout Europe. So what we need to do, we need to increase our competitive power. And if I have to give you examples from Horizon project, there are a lot of initiatives that are working under the Horizon projects. For example, Kalyon PV, they have an undergoing photovoltaic projects, and also in terms of production of the electricity for the agricultural applications, we are doing the same. So all in all, there are a lot of R&D projects, there are a lot of innovative projects. So we need to follow the innovative applications and to provide different alternatives to EU, because EU countries do not want to have Chinese technology. And recently we have different calls, and people are looking at the products, at the design, at the identity of the products, and they are basically saying, if you have any composites from China or from Russia, I do not want to work with you. So there is like an European control mechanism, and it is very important, very crucial for us to develop our own patents. There are a lot of tenders published by our ministries, and we are following them closely. And also there is like a national R&D condition, and we saw the same with the energy storage projects. I think that they are like very vast and very innovative. Thank you, Charlie. I totally agree with what you have been saying. Let's listen to Onur. I have a question for him. Can we become a country which embraces the innovation? Can we be like EU conformant, in line or aligned with the EU requirements? What are you doing and how can you support us toward this objective? We have academical studies and we are focusing on photovoltaics and on solar. We have solar energy research and implementation center. It's a center of excellence and it is unique in Turkey. And not only under O2, we are working under the entire scope of the country. We have different partnerships in Istanbul, in Izmir, and in the remaining areas, regions of the country. We, as Turkey, have undersigned like an implementator role, but we are aware that we need to develop our technologies. We are talking about silicon techs, about photovoltaic techs. So we need new technologies, and also EU is preparing itself toward this area, and we are trying to prepare ourselves academically. And under our center, we have developing units. And currently we are conducting our works in here, and we need to be prepared. So we are talking about solar energy systems, about agro PV. And we are, as O2 Günem, we are trying to be the leader of those implementations. We have a partnership with Kalyon also. You can also visit our booth and you'll see our visuals in here. We have photovoltaic agricultural implementations. We have Professor Talat with us, and he is working on, he is the coordinator of the integrated photovoltaic unit. We are developing and modulating the cells, and we are conducting implementation services as well. Also, we are looking at the grid implementations of our services. We are developing both the inverters and the cells, and also we are trying to integrate them into the grid. We are measuring the kilowatt and megawatt levels together with the defense industry sector. And also we are looking into the microgrid applications for domestic purposes. Not only photovoltaic systems, but also hybrid systems, maybe wind systems, storage systems. So we are aiming to create microgrids and to distribute the overall load. And we are trying to do that in the most economical way. We have, of course, optimization issues. And our aim is to define in which technologies we need to invest in order to have the maximum results. And also the heat pumps are included. And the penetration of the EV is increasing. We are trying to include the load of EVs. And also we are trying to use the net link, and here we have the issue of the importance of storage. So we are trying to look at different scenarios with different alternatives. So this is what we are doing in terms of photovoltaic. And also we have the carbon regulations, and we are coming up with industrial solutions. So we have thermal energy consumption, which is quite high, and also we have urban heating and cooling, and we have like 80% to 20% electrical energy consumption. And globally, we have like 50% which is supporting this consumption. So I think that we still have a lot to go. There is a very important potential in there, and I think that those two things are going hand in hand. Carbon at the border is very important, but we need to think those two topics, the electrification and the carbon at the border, hand in hand. And we'll need to find thermal solutions. We, as Turkey, we have a very high potential in that. And also we are working on concentrated SPs. And we are talking about the solutions which are looking into the industrial area. So we are trying to have this conversion PEPs in terms of substituting the natural gas. So we have industrial applications. We want to decarbonize the industry, and also we plan to increase the renewable energy limits. And I think it's not pricey at all, so there is a very serious advantage. And if I have to connect to both thermal and photovoltaic, I'm talking about the photovoltaic thermal systems up to 120 degrees. You can do that for domestic uses, but for the industrial applications, you can use cells. And when we are looking at the grid solutions, in terms of the cost, the concentrated SP are cheaper than the conventional systems. The costs in our days are decreasing, and together with this decrease of the cost, I think that will have more success in the future, especially with the hybrid technologies. The energy storage through the batteries is not very cheap, and it is easier to store with the thermal part. During the daytimes, we can fit that, inject that into the system. So the CSP is going to be used for the storage of the thermal energy because it's cheaper than the storage of the cells. And when you are doing that, you can have also a steam turbine, and it is working as a thermal PP. So those applications are working both in terms of microgrid and national grids, both in terms of photovoltaic energy and solar energy. Thank you very much for listening to me. So also this is something very new for us. I wasn't that much aware about this topic. Thank you very much. We are over the time a little bit. We exceeded our time. I will add with a brief comment, and after that we'll have a Q&A. You are all aware about the last developments of USA, and a new position is created in terms of our country. And when we are looking at the export, we can say that Turkey's export both to EU is going to increase. It totally depends on the stability or unfortunately instability of the USA's initiative. Maybe we need to trust on the possibility that the Turkey's export is going to be increased. And if we are looking at that, the actions undertaken by our Ministry of Trade will be more meaningful. The increases in the capacities, and I'm not talking only under the umbrella of Turkey, but when we have those implementations, unfortunately, the current elaborations and the current initiatives are not enough. So I want to close this session and move on with the Q&A. We have a warning about Menti. Let's look at the Q&A on the Menti. Let's continue and finish the Menti. What is your estimate on roof gas projected for the next 10 years? What are our most important three issues in terms of the solar energy investments? What was the answer or arrange super easy, low, and no more bureaucratical barriers? What are those are your answers? Your first answer is the regulation and bureaucratic processes. And I do not know the substation capacity. The fourth question. Are you willing to invest in an innovative product within the project Solar Hub? I can see the questions. They are very distant. Can Turkey export the energy that is produced in their solar energy plants? I want to ask this to you.
Yani özellikle Güneydoğu kanadımızda bulunan bütün ülke her bir enerji ihtiyacı için
Of course, a lot of countries they need the energy, and of course we need to be able to export our energy. We want to boost our capacity, and we need to find a way to export it.
enerji satışı yapabilmeliyiz.
And we need to be able to sell that energy.
Evet, Türkiye güneş enerji sektörünün yönetilebilir ve sürdürülebilir olması için en önemli 3 madde
What are the top 3 items in order to have a manageable and sustainable energy sector, solar energy in Turkey? Yes, we need to do those investments in order to have a sustainable solar energy system sector.
birincisi inovasyon, evet. İkincisi regülasyonlar, üçüncüsü
R&D, innovation, regulations.
gidiyor. Bitti galiba sorularınız. Bence sorularımız bitti.
So we are over with the Menti questions.
Öncelikle merhabalar. Bu toplamı birlikte yapıldığımız için çok şanslıyız.
First of all, thank you very much for this meeting.
Solar invertörün argesiyle
We are producing local solar inverters. We have distance remoting systems,
tamamladık.
and we completed all of our R&D works.
Bir daha da teşekkür ediyoruz.
I extend my thanks to O2 Günam and to Bitak.
Kapsamında yaptık. Çünkü invertörler bu sistemin biraz üvey evladı gibi kaldı.
So in this country, the inverters are like the adopted kids of this system. Everybody is working only on the panels. We do not have enough local manufacturers, and the know-how is not sufficient.
Benim burada sorum şu olacak.
I have a question.
İnvertörle ilgili bakanlığın, Sanayi Bakanlığı, kamu kurumlarının ya da diğer bileşenlerin yerli invertör noktasında destekleri, özellikle Ar-Ge'si bu ülkede yapılmış. Bütün teknolojik katma değeri bu ülkenin mühendislerine ait. Ar-Ge'ye dair. Çünkü böyle bir ayırt edecek.
So other components related to the inverter, especially the R&D that is done in the country, because whenever a foreign brand is doing something in here, it becomes a local brand. But on the other hand, we have the real local manufacturers.
En az know-how da varsa
And if they have know-how, they have like at least 2 years to complete that, and they do not want to do that.
markayı buraya getirip üzerine brandimi basayım.
They give up on doing that, on trading in that area.
Ayakta kalmakta zorlanıyoruz. Yeni bir markayız, yeni çıktık piyasaya. Bununla ilgili diğer yerli invertör üreticileri
So we are struggling to stay afloat because we are a new brand.
güç elektroniği tarafında, yani bu işin elektronik
On the power electronics, on the inverter side, is to be going to do anything in terms of developing the labs.
olacağını biliyorum. Buraya
I know that O2 and Gunam is going to do that,
çalışması var.
but is ministry going to do anything?
Kısmıyla ilgili ben kendi görüşümü söyleyeyim. Ondan sonra beyefendiler cevap verecek.
Let me answer you first.
Burada çok haklısınız. Diyorsunuz ki ben
You are totally right.
yaptım Türkiye'de.
You are saying that I did a similar product in Turkey, and on the other hand, there is an electronic card, and both of them are made in Turkey.
Lütfen yaptığınız yeni üründe
You have to be innovative. If you are not innovative, if you are just reproducing the same thing, even if you are not copying, they will be the same in my eyes as a consumers. And you have to be cheaper. And you have to be authentic. O2 Günem, they are very advanced on this area.
Bizim sağladığımız destekler aslında üreticiye değil, yani Enerji Bakanlığı'ndan söylüyorum.
We do not have incentives for the manufacturers. We have those incentives for the consumers.
Ekipmanları temin etmeleri için
And we want them to provide, to have the equipment from you.
destekleri sağlıyoruz biliyorsunuz lisanslı üreticilerimize. Ama hala Türkiye'de
But still in Turkey,
yerli bir merkezi invertör markası yok.
we don't have a local central inverter brand.
Sitemizde önemli bir payı invertöre veriyoruz.
We have allocated an important share for the inverters.
Halen karşılığını bulmuş değil ama bizim tarafta
But on our side, it doesn't matter if the R&D is made in here or not. We want it to be local, and we are offering our incentives to foreigners to buy those from you. In our normal applications, we are offering awards for the inverters. With the local inverters, we are offering 0.3 cents. So we have a 20 years undertaking for that. So like I was saying, we have different contests through which we are offering incentives. But for the manufacturers like you, especially our supports are offered through TÜBİTAK.
Çok teşekkür ederim. 1501 mi almıştınız?
1501, 1507. Okay, thank you.
Bu destekler tabii ki TÜBİTAK nezdinde 1501 programı var.
We have 1501 program under TÜBİTAK. We have consortium calls.
PV ortamında invertörü de içerecek şekilde gelecekteki sahip çağrıları da konsorsiyum
And maybe we'll have different calls in the future. I'm talking about the Horizon Initiative.
noktası. 2025 yılında aslında tam
In 2025, they will have
flexibility PV system
new inverter technologies and flexibility in the PV systems.
programı çok detaylı anlatmadık sınırlı zaman olduğu için ama
We don't have enough time, but we didn't explain the Horizon program.
Türkiye'den de kuruluşlarımız bu kapsamda mesela Novel Inverter kapsamında sizin
So within this scope, what was the organization? Bir Milbes
kuruluşu olarak siz Türkiye'de teknoloji
So as this organization in Turkey, you'll be a technological provider and one of the universities. For example, O2 or Günem, they are two different institutions.
baktığım kadarıyla Research Innovation Charts
We have research innovation now. No, it's not that. Yes, it is an innovation action, and you will be able to get a 70% support. It's like 87.5. So we as TÜBİTAK in here,
işte gerek TEMMAK'la da çağrılar açıyorlar zaman.
there are calls opened with TEMMAK.
Biz tamamlayıcı projeleri yapmak istiyoruz aslında.
So we want to have complementary project. So if you believe that your product developed under 1507 is innovative, you can contact us and we can talk with you how we can evaluate those consortiums. Thank you. We have this center under O2 Günem, and our professors are working in there. I know that they are developing the inverters in there. It can be the same on the science side. And we are still continuing to coordinate with EU. We are planning to have 400 volts, 800 volts, 1000 volts for different facilities. And we are working in the power electronics department. We are open to all types of collaborations as O2 Günem. I also want to add something about the Solar Hub project. It's again a European Horizon project. We are carrying this project together with the Horizon EU project. And it is not only about the production of the technology, it's about the capacity building. There are we have 4 different applications. We have solar energy applications. We do not have time right now, but I wish we would, so I would be able to talk about the solar fuels applications, especially in terms of maritime or aviation fuels. In terms of Solar Hub, we have a new world energy community with their own incentives. And also we can produce new microgrid solutions. With Yıldız Teknik University in Turkey, we have different energy committees. So as our country, we are quite advanced in terms of R&D, but we need to increase the practices, the implementations, and we need to create the human resources and to increase their qualifications. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Onur and Mr. Çağlar. We are talking about tech, about bureaucracy, and they are explaining other topics to us. It was very nice. Any other questions? So I'm closing this session. Thank you very much for your participation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Meskenges household solar power. So I'm working as a solar power developer, and in our session today, I'm going to be with you as a moderator. We're going to be talking about household solar power systems, the current situation, the worldwide situation, the difficulties and solution suggestions that we are facing. We're going to be talking about these together today. Our speakers during the session will be Ateş Ural, Cem Bozalı, Solar Energy founding partner Osman Karadoğan, and İlgin Eray. For 40 minutes, we're going to have a session together, so we won't be able to have Q&A, but you will be able to communicate quite easily after the session. I just want to give you the floor quickly. Is this working? Okay. You've already briefly introduced me, so I'm not going to lose any time here. From 1996, we've been in the solar power industry. I'm the founder of Solar Baba, and we're working to move the industry in a better direction together with our colleagues. Cem Bozalı, and last year we also started. We were already working in residences before because at Solarada, it's factory level establishment of solar power plants. But with the contribution of Ateş, this is something that is being, or that needs to be supported. It is a lot easier worldwide as a sub-industry. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened here, but we're all making great efforts for this to happen. Before we move on to Osman, we're doing our first Meskenges, our first household solar power session. It's ignored. This is essentially the very first session. So, actually, on the one hand, I don't want us to think this is an exaggeration because it's a huge potential. This is a sub-branch that has a huge potential. But maybe we have some deficiencies in this regard as well. We'll be talking about that because of bureaucratic reasons, financial reasons. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to progress, but hopefully it will continue. I'm Osman Karadoğan. I'm a founding partner. Our main... We're probably the only company that has the main focus of household solar power panels, and together with our new company, we are trying to offer 360-degree support to the industry. And we mentioned this as a sub-segment as household solar panels, but residential systems worldwide are one of the main areas of this business. And all studies that have been carried out shows that solar panels versus the best advantage of solar panel versus the grid central production to consumers is that it is flexible, and this is going to be hopefully the way we will be able to develop. I'm İlgin Eray, I'm Solarex Energy founder. I've been in the industry for maybe 17 years now. I'm electric electronics engineer. Solar power is one of the sides, like as Villegas mentioned, this is a sleeping giant, really. I'm not going to be talking just about solar power. I'm going to be talking about the potential, the huge potential there is in renewable energy in general. Ateş, I want to start with you. As you mentioned, residential solar power is slowly growing, but I want to talk a little bit about the status worldwide. How will the potential in Turkey progress? If we can just look at a widespread look. The situation worldwide is residential solar power. I just want to give a definition of this. Residential solar power is not a solar power plant concept. There's heat pumps, there's underfloor heating, safe lighting, the charging of your vehicle that you park out, so your electric vehicle that you park inside of your house, or residential storage systems as well. We're talking about the entire system, really, where everything remains fixed, and you just have a 5-10 kilowatt solar power that you establish on your roof, for example. We're not talking about a single residence with a residential solar power. Each country has made their own definitions. Some have determined 0 to 25 kilowatts. Some have said up to 50 kilowatts. The most extreme is in Poland, I believe, which is up to 75 kilowatts, where residential solar power has been limited. Why are they doing these limitations? Because after these limitations have been implemented, within that range, they have a regulation. There are application details, what the municipalities have to do. You have to apply to the municipality, what sort of arrangements you have to make with distributors. And residential solar panel, you can include even small stores, etc. And the potential for that is really great in Turkey. So it's not just residential, it's not just solar power, but when we say meskenges or residential solar power, this is what we're talking about. I'm hoping that I've been able to explain it. Worldwide, residential solar power is not an orphan, essentially, like it is here worldwide. In many countries of the world, we're going to be talking about the rooftop residential up to 50 kilowatt solar power applications in an hour's time in another session. Many countries have huge capacities that they've established, and we always give the example of Germany. Over 30 gigawatts we have in Germany in rooftop solar power, and this capacity is available in Germany in households. Let me give the example of Poland. That's a really standout example for me. Poland is one of the coal countries of the world. They use coal power stations the most for their electricity production. They're breaking records in solar power, and we're talking about country with low sunlight hours who uses coal. And when you analyze this record, up to 70 kilowatts, small micro solar power stations are creating a huge share in the established power of Poland. I'm talking about Poland, yes. So they say, why are you comparing with Germany? The income level is so high. Don't give us an example of Germany. Everyone lives in 1 or 2 story buildings there. That's why, like, the examples of Poland, for example, are very striking for me. As I mentioned before I hand over the microphone, when we talk about residential solar power, it's not an unimportant industry. It makes up a huge amount of solar power worldwide. When you have such a distributed structure, it has a huge contribution to employment as well. So if you establish a 1.3 kilowatts solar power station in Konya, for example, let's do that as well. But the number of those employed there for 1.3 gigawatts capacity from Çanakkale to Adana, Mersin, establish that 1.3 gigawatts on rooftops, and think of the employment and added value that you'll bring with this. This is something that's ignored. Unfortunately, I think employment rate is something that Ankara needs to hear, and also sustainable employment as well. First you establish the solar power, then the heat pump, then 5 years' time you'll have a carport, the roof will change. So you have sustainable business and employment that you're establishing. So hopefully this session will help jumpstart a few things, and our colleagues are very keen on this as well. I'm hoping this is going to be the first spark. And now the problems and solutions, I'm guessing you're going to all explain. Okay, I want to continue with you a little bit. You mentioned bureaucratic and financing economic problems, maybe some issues with legislation as well. So I just want to give the floor to you a little bit in this regard. Ateş actually started it from a great point, to be honest. If this is an unlicensed distributed system we're talking about, we haven't been able to distribute this as a country. Why? Because pre-2017 permits we started, that's how I started as well, which were generally outside of the cities. They were power stations that I think 7 gigawatts was established. Then in 2019, we started on, again, unlicensed on factory rooftops. None of us knew how much it was. We used to joke about it. I wonder how many gigawatts we have, what it is now that's been established. And now the authority is trying to catch up, and they keep adding 3-4 gigawatts, but these are things that were unregistered that were established in 2019 and 2020. But yes, we've reached 20 gigawatts, but a majority of that was on land or at organized industrial zones. If you're going to make this distributed system, Australia is the same, not just Germany. I came from the Middle East recently. It's the same there as well. And they're already installing these, implementing these in households and housing complexes. Why haven't we been able to do this? There's a demand at the end of the day, and the demand isn't low. And obviously there are financing problems a lot. Long-term, low-interest credit is not available. But on the other hand, we have bureaucratic problems. A majority, so many of my customers, as soon as they hear permits, they say, I'm not going to go into this. All right, we all live in Turkey at the end of the day, and we know how much unlicensed residences there are here. And because authorities push you towards that, that's what's happened. So that's why we have this danger here as well. Like, for example, I don't know, I wish we had someone from the distribution companies. I wish they would listen to us and ask themselves, why are we doing this? Because they have losses from here. We have a couple of customers. Why have they come? Because they've done it illegally. And when they came to us, why are you pushing people to doing things illegally or unlicensed? At the end of the day, they're connecting to the grid. So why are the permits so difficult? Yes, a call letter, for example. Yes, you need to have that. Yes, okay. But if you have to put people into a similar procedure to a housewife or a lawyer, doctor, for example, why do they need to go through the permits process the same as an industrialist establishing a 1-2 megawatts system? There's a municipal permission, for example, for a villa guest, for example. The fire brigade has to go there, for example. They've never gone in their lives. There are other machinery and tools there. For example, the fire brigade in Istanbul wants a risk analysis report, and that costs a lot of money, and it's unnecessary. They even say it's not necessary, but it's in the legislation, so we have to have it. So when you list all of this, what do people do? They either stay away, or like I say, they go towards unregistered. And when we look at the income level in Turkey, it's difficult to implement anyway. And then we've got the distribution costs on top of it as well. I don't know whether we're going to be talking about that as well. We've got distribution costs as well on top of this. And yes, as a company, yes, we are keen on this. We do want to do this more. We want to be in this business more. But I don't know how much exposure we'll get from sessions like this. But I think distribution companies, they don't want these residential systems. They cancel these call letters so easily. Let me give you an example, an anecdote, for example. During the application, you need either a rental agreement or your title deeds. It was a leasing, so there's no rental agreement. We went and gave that, and it has to be 2 years. And when this happens, we say, go and get a longer rental agreement so it's not rejected. And you can't do that with a leasing. And they rejected because it's leasing. And we made our explanation that, look, this is a leasing agreement, so it's automatically renewed. The lawyer showed me this article actually later. We even wrote all this, that there is a requirement for this, that it's automatically renewed. Yes, it says this, but if the lease isn't, if the payment isn't paid, then this is going to be cancelled. So I'm going to reject it. Well, in which case, with that logic, then all contract is terminated. If you don't pay the rent, it's terminated. Oh, let's consider that. And again, they rejected it again. So now we've gone to the EPDK. So the person that's saying this, will they establish a solar power system? They'll say, essentially, that I don't want to deal with this. It's not down to just channelizing the demands that we have. in a country with so many sunlight hours, these detached houses are such a high rate in Turkey, because the main market here are villas and detached houses. The housing complexes are only just starting to move into this, but for 20 gigawatt, I'm guessing there's not even 100 megawatts here. I mean, it'll just get left like that, to be honest. Okay, Osman Bey, I want to continue a little bit with you. Cem Bey has mentioned a little bit about bureaucratic problems. You're, I think, in the Aegean area and Izmir. That's why we hear your name a lot, where you're active. These local administrations, do they not have a standard? What sort of problems are you facing here? If we can talk a little bit about that. We have now over 500 residential solar power systems. I think we have the highest number throughout the country, and we're dealing with these problems that Cem Bey mentioned for years now. If we divide this problem into 2 or 3 pieces, it'll be easier. For example, a call letter. There are stages for someone that wants to have solar system on their villa, for example. There's the application period. I think on this side, yes, this can be simplified, but it has become more simple now. It can be obtained within 1 month. And after that, there's a project approval section. Once the project approval has been completed, if we want the things to be expedited, then it's the issue is actually an acceptance and approval. I think there are 29 districts in Izmir. It's like Menemen municipality wants something else. Dikili municipality wants something else. They want a completely different fee. And we've got to the point where the articles that have been added to make things easily, if they're not channelized in the correct way, then they start being an obstacle and a problem in a year's time. Like the text that we receive from municipalities, for example, had difficulties. Like, why am I giving you this text, for example? The plan zone, I think it's probably one of our only successes in terms of Mesken Guess, is that it's unlicensed, as long as you do not disrupt the architectural view, in which case you have to bring a text from an architect. It's been 10 years since the building has been constructed, for example. Çeşme municipality, for example, wants 1,000 lira fee. Another municipality wants 30,000 lira, for example. The fire brigade, for example, they want something else. Denizli wants something else. At the end of the day, we got to the point where, because we're constantly doing high numbers of proposals, if someone comes from Chile, we say, let's not work with Chile so much because the municipality is difficult and this is difficult. Oh, it's from Urla. Okay, Urla is good. And you say Urla is good, for example, the zoning director changes and Urla becomes bad again, for example. So when we come to the solution side of it, the issue is not in the distribution company. Their only task of the distribution company, it's become this problem, general problem, but it's that everyone tries to stick their nose in, essentially, to things that is not related to them. Their only task is to bring electric to consumers. They can't have this freedom to be involved in the production of the electricity. But like Ateş Bey and I, for example, are complaining most about this. If you're going to be an association chairman, then why are you quiet? Why are you staying quiet? So the point we've come to now, if we look at it on the opposite viewpoint, it's not something that's going to happen with just a regulation, because it's not just targeting a single ministry. For example, if there is a fire one day, then TEDAŞ or small projects that have been approved, they're going to say that, oh, we need to get fire brigades text. They say, I've never been to this household, so why am I giving you a letter, for example? And there's only one solution to this in Europe, and that is licensed installation companies. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. This is how it's being implemented in Europe. On one side, I want bureaucracy to be lightened, but also I want it to... You can have these illegal, unregistered, absurd constructions on rooftops. So if you remove the permission process, then you can have terrible installations. So the only solution here, essentially, is There are 3 or 5 ministries that are involved to coordinate together. We need an association regarding for residential solar power. We need to raise awareness on this and simplify this and help open the way for this. We always talk about financing problem, for example. It's our 4th or 5th time we've been talking with Ateş Bey. I do not put financing as my first priority at all, because we haven't been able to install on someone who has a €2 million villa yet. Let's solve that first before we deal with the financing, because this investment can be done in many ways. But on the other hand, if we can coordinate the other sides, and we need to place these requirements for permissions onto the installation company. Let's continue with you, İlgin Bey. We talked about the problems of these residential solar power plants. I just want to give you some questions about what investors are feeling. This produced electricity, it's important how this is going to be consumed as well. There are electric vehicles, heat pumps, how cooling will be. Now we have storage as well, electric vehicle charge stations. Are the investors getting confused? Could you mention this a little bit? I'm interested a lot in that side of this business as well. That's why I wrote mesken, or residents only, and not residential solar power, because solar power is just one side of it. There are many arguments, for example, for climate control, etc., that residences require this. And I'm just going to show a few other things as well. Let's say 5 minutes ago we got messages that, as Cem Bey or Ateş Bey or Osman Bey said, all these problems have been solved. We got this message that now we can make our solar power applications. We get approval straight away. There's no fire brigade or municipality. We need to discuss what's going to happen after that point, because it's going to take us time to reach there, but we need to be prepared for it. In Solar Vision, I talked a little bit about that as well. I want to explain it a little bit more in practice right now. When we go to end users with a need, they have more issues or needs in terms of heating and cooling. When everything is ready, how are we going to manage the story? We need to see whether we're ready for that. And we need to utilize, and I need to talk about end user views on this regard. We're talking about a 100 square meter, 120 square meter household, and the needs we have that's on screen here, for example. If there's someone who's using an electric vehicle, this house needs heating and hot water, cooling, the general need like the television, tablet, etc. We have needs, and we also have the electric vehicle. So we're looking about, on the right-hand side, if you see the percentages, together with the solar power, it's also important how that it's consumed. When you remove the electric vehicle, for example, the energy needs, you can see 70% of energy needs are from climate control. And regarding these solutions, there are like the usage of heat pumps, which are quite popular, and with a lot of things that are misconstrued that I'm going to be talking about. So we have a very confused customer group. I've been going around here, and there are so many people that you come across. Cem Bey and Osman Bey are probably in the same situation. He wants to, he started with solar power, but there are so many problems. Should I use a heat pump? Should I use natural gas? What should I do? Because I've heard of so many people that are having problems with heat pumps, but there's solar power up there, for example. So that is just the last leg of it, the last side of it. So I think the problem is going to be this, that we're going to be faced, because a lot of our services, when we're talking about solar panels, yes, but what they say is, like, I have a electric vehicle, for example, can I charge that? Can I have a heat pump, for example? I need heating. We have no EPC organization in Turkey to deal with this. And how do we understand that? In the next slide, I'm going to be talking about that. The main problem that I'm facing is the end user confusion, this amazing confusion they're going to face. And the reason we're not focusing on the regulation is because they're already confused. They're not getting a permit anyway. So we just say never mind, essentially. But I think the actual hazard here is that under the name of residence, there are so many different opportunities. Opportunities for employment, for example. And okay, thank you very much. Ateş Bey, I want to continue with you. As of the 5th of April, we have electric sales price, a residential group. We have a 25% price increase. How do you think this is going to impact the residential solar power? There's two ways. One, you increase the price of electricity because there's a cost of electricity. There's taxation. There's also distribution costs. We have 3 titles in our electric bills. And now we have a 38% price hike, I think, on the distribution fees. And obviously, the end user doesn't see that. They're just going to see a 25% increase. But the majority, a high ratio of this is from the distribution costs. Now, how does that impact us? When you produce extra energy in a residential solar power system, you sell this back to the retail electricity company, the distribution company. And with the current distribution costs, in some cases, you almost make a loss. I just want to interrupt you quickly here, but it's not the excess. If you have to connect in the amount of electricity that you're not using at that moment, the energy you're producing at that moment, you have to feed that into the grid. So in low voltage residential, we have 130 electric cost to 160 distribution cost. So if we just summarize this really quickly, within electric bills, if there are so many people that just look at the electricity bill, and I think a huge portion of residential solar power system users will be that they don't even look at the VAT. So the distribution cost is what you pay for the distribution of the produced electricity. Let me explain it as this first and second bridge example. You pay both when you're going and returning. You remember it used to be a one-way toll. It would be great if we went back to the old model on the bridges as well. The same with the electricity if we didn't have the distribution costs. It would have been good, but unfortunately this doesn't work like this, and this distribution cost is valid in many countries as well. But when the distribution cost exceeds production costs or is similar as it is today, the more electric you produce, then the more money you lose. That's this quite comic situation that we find ourselves in. And as my colleagues mentioned, it would be great to come up with a solution suggestion as well. I'm just going to mention one, and my other colleagues can mention another. In Turkey, it's a Turkey specific suggestion. I think the reconciliation needs to be annual because we have the concept here of a summer house. So people going for their summer houses for the summer months. We're not talking about just the rich that have these properties because they were purchased 30, 40 years ago. It's not just the rich that have it. Or there is not this summer house concept in the rest of the world. For example, in Germany, someone living in Frankfurt doesn't have a summer house in Munich, for example. So there is a lack of balance. So you can establish small solar power plants on top of 15, 20 kilowatts solar power on top of primary schools, for example. So what is that excess what's going to happen with that, for example? You're going to be the school is going to have a loss, for example. when there is no consumption during the summer months. Even though it's not suited to the energy market, I believe that annual reconciliation is a very important model here when it comes to residential solar power. This doesn't have to be monetarized. I'm going to raise my hand. I'm going to see you and raise you one. It could be on kilowatt hours annually. In Bodrum, Ahmed and Aisha, that goes for July and August, and they utilize it, and then in September they return to Istanbul until the following summer. That's rooftop, and there's a lot of sun hours throughout the year. Can be controlled as kilowatt hours. It can be a counter, and they can utilize that when they come back to Bodrum. If you bring money out of the equation, then it becomes a lot easier. And our country loves to earn points and miles. So tokenize the kilowatt hours, and someone else can use it. Ahmet Amca can say that I'm not coming to Bodrum this year, and say to Nuri Amca, here I have 712 kilowatt hours in excess, and give it to their neighbors for them to use. Does this look like sci-fi? No, it doesn't, because this has been implemented in many provinces of Spain, and this has been applied in 3 kilowatts radius, and excess energy can be sold to their neighbors. Let's take a model, for example. Let's start with Urla, for example. Urla is a place you know very well. Let's try it in Urla. Doesn't have to be immediately at one moment in Urla, or even a smaller area. Let's do some simulations. Let's do some calculations. That's my recommendation. And I hope Ankara will adopt this as well. It's very involved with digitalization as well. Up to 75 kilowatts in residences, in agricultural areas, in schools, annual reconciliation, kilowatt hours they can use themselves, or they can be able to have it utilized by any neighbors on the same transformer. So you interrupted a little bit regarding these distribution costs, so I just want to give you the floor again. I just want to explain it basically again. A solar power plant, due to its structure and because of the angle of the sun, is between 10:30 and 3:30, for example. It produces 75% of it in those 5 hours. That isn't a problem in the for factories, because that's when it's operating, because it's produced on the roof and can be consumed in the factory. So that distribution cost doesn't become such a huge problem. But when you come to a household, electric consumption is low during the day, and at night it's higher. So what you're producing during the day, even if it was monthly reconciliation, I wish it could be annual, I do agree with that. Even monthly reconciliation was worth it. But now, when you're producing during the day, they're paying half the distribution costs during the day. But it's reached such a high number. And at night, they have to take electricity from the grid as well. So they have to pay through there as well. So what happens then? On average, home type, residence type, solar power system owner producing 15 kilowatts, for example, kilowatt hour, for example, can make a loss. Why? Because of this distribution cost being in this situation. I was senior management for 15 years in a distribution company, and they say that we cannot earn money with these distribution costs, but that might be possible. But their lobby is getting smaller and smaller. We have to talk the truth here. But EPDK distribution costs are distribution companies are writing these regulations at the end of the day. When they're increasing that, they're lowering the other side. And the subject that we're talking about right now, financially, we're essentially on offside right now. So what do we need to do? What's the recommendation? We're talking about recommendations and suggestions. When solar power plants were first established in 2017, imported solar power panels even had incentives. We had no VAT, inverters had no VAT, then they scrapped that. They gave incentives, and for residential solar powers, this is beneficial for distribution companies as well, because when they're utilizing that, their infrastructure investments decrease in that regard. So there's a public benefits here. So what I've been saying, solar power in a country with so much sun are still producing electric from coal, and these coal power plants have become so old. We've got 30, 40-year-old power stations that are still operating here, and everything else is import. So other than that, what do you have? You have solar and wind. So to be able to lead the way here, factories, etc., they have capacity problems. They're at 0% capacity. We cannot make an application for a year now. We haven't been able to make applications. So to be able to clear the way for this now, I don't know how we're going to be able to say this, but this distribution cost, when a solar power plant is established, because there's a dual way, there's buy and sell there, essentially, so there is a benefit there as well. What sort of incentives they gave for this? For homes that are going to establish solar power systems, like I'm going to take 1/4 of the distribution cost, for example. If they did that, they would still gain money, they would earn money. There would be no harm to their distribution costs and their income. Because I don't believe they're thinking of the loss this side at all. They've implemented that, and we're having to deal with the consequences. So at this point, for residential, villa-type residential, there's 2.5 million of these residents in Turkey. That's not a small number. Osman Bey, I want to talk a little bit about the technical problems that we face on site in these detached properties and what solutions we have to them. I just want to generally summarize a little bit. Meskenges, or residential solar power systems, when we think of this, we're talking about electrification here at the end of the day. Humanity now meets the energy needs through electricity. Think of a household 10 years ago and what were consuming items back then. There was a fridge, there was lighting, there was maybe some similar 5-6 kilowatts. Then when you add a heat pump, an electric vehicle as well here, it's almost like a small business with 60, 70 kilowatts. So this is a game changer, essentially. And distribution companies have a lot of problems in voltage fluctuations, etc. Electric vehicles, when they enter into the conversation as well, then there is going to be a significant difference here as well. When we're explaining this subject to the end user in Turkey, when it comes to energy, we're a poor country in terms of fossil fuels.
And I mean, it will be like a total leap for Turkey if we wouldn't have to pay those things in the last 20 years. I mean, it would be like Turkey would be able to build up like thousands of bridges and stuff. The same goes with Poland, and we can say that the applicability is the same, but there are some issues that we are living with the houses in Turkey. There is a house, 10 kilowatts installed power, and there is a pump, and they put another switch. We have 10 kilowatts, and you are going to that home, and you see that the installed power is like a 70 kilowatts. We had like an investors, and he was like, I want 3 charging stations. I have one for myself, one for my wife, and I want another one for the neighbors. So we may have like serious issues in here, and I think that everybody needs to be mindful about that. And when we are looking at the devices, we have 100 kilowatt per hour, and when you have like 1 million, when you integrate them, they can give power for 1 hour to the national grid. and different models are talked about, and in those distribution models. And we can continue with the same structure. So there is installed power, and if we can get more distribution fee from the PP, if we can separate 50 kilowatts, the first thing that we need to do, because the licensed plants have different regulations, we can put 25 or 50 kilowatts as the cap power, and we need new regulations because otherwise everybody is getting confused. The approvers, those who give the acceptance, because there are like 17 articles that you need to look in, and there are hundreds of pages that you need to print out. So what about the operational costs? Yes, I'm going to talk about that. At the end of the day, there are a lot of people in here. They are set up in booths, and this is very important for the employment. Everybody in here, they are like end users, and people are talking about the electrifications. When we are considering the energy consumption of a home, the yearly requirements is like 15,000 kilowatt per 100 meter squares home. I'm going to present you three different scenarios for the operational cost, because the end users, if we are going to get our money from them, this is very confusing. If I am asking you about the heat pump, which consumption is higher, heat pumps or natural? Natural gas. So this is wrong. I'm going to explain that. Please look at the booth. Everybody is using a heat pump, and I'm supporting that, but I'm going to give you examples. There are different parameters about that. The climatization is made with the heat pump, and cooling also with the heat pump. So these values are calculated independently, and you need like 17 kilowatts. So if one person is doing that, the average investment cost, VAT included, is almost 10,000 euro. So what other alternatives do we have in here? Heat pump are AC, because their efficiencies during cooling are very low. People want to have a single device for heating and for cooling, but at the end of the day, the consumption numbers are important for us. Here you can see how consumption is decreasing. Investment cost is $10,000. In case of cooling with AC, and in case of a heating pump, the operational costs are lower. Also, we have natural gas combi, and there are a lot of people who want to install natural gas, and they are offering like 20 installments, and people get very confused. They don't know what to do. Let's say that the cooling is again with AC. We have investment 6,000, and we have operational 27. So let's say that we don't have money, we don't want to pay. For this instance, the best option is electrical combi plus AC. We have investment 5,000 and consumption 10,000. This is the summary of our story. A user needs to pick among one of those 4 options, and they are trying to pick among one of those. This may be a nice solution if you have natural gas, but we have COP values. And when we compare the natural gas prices with the heat pump today, when you have COP6 with the cost of natural gas today, the consumption will be the same. Natural gas combi is 20 or 30,000, and the others are like 150,000, and you want to do that. But look at me, it's 70% of this whole, they are using heat pump. For houses, I'm telling you this, heat pump can do the heating and cooling simultaneously. But because of COP, and because there is a serious competitor with the natural gas, when you are looking at this, you need to switch to AC. And if I'm going to tell to my client that we start today, for example, last week I had someone coming into my office and they were like, heat pump was better, and I asked them according to what? Because if you can produce electricity in your home, heat pump, if you don't have money, electrical combi, but you have natural gas in front of your house, and if you are saying that you want to have lower costs, you can't decrease your operational costs with the heat pump. You can say 22,000. So this is my suggestion. Look at the booth. Everybody's saying heat pump, but Uncle Ahmed, the end user, they asked me efficiency of 80%. According to what? What is this efficiency? So in the Aegean region, there are a lot of clients and they don't like the heat pump. We'll have 22 degrees, yes, but this doesn't matter. What matters is the consumption. And we need to explain to our customers this better, because those who know about heat pumps, they don't know about the cooling, they don't know about the solar, but everybody is very confused. And they can't do the solar, but if they could do, I think that there will be companies, there will be the need of companies from end to end. So when I have an EPC company, we'll have integrated solutions. And I think that this is our bottleneck. And for the solutions, as James said, you get rejected by the municipality, but you have fuel consumption, you have a lot of stuff. So with the sun, you need to put natural gas tanks, combi, ACs together with the sun. And I think that those are going to be the future companies. I have a question. For the current prices, you know that there is a subvention of 65%, 4.5 Turkish lira. Over 5,000 there will be a subvention, but yes, there is like an increase of 25%. 9.1 natural gas and electricity is 4.5. So this picture can change. Yes, of course, I'm talking only by today. This is just a worksheet, so it can change. I can do combi, I can do heat pump, especially in Aegean region. People are saying that they are buying heat pumps and it's consuming more. I want to say something also. So, first of all, we shouldn't be advocate for natural gas at this session. We are talking about sustainability, and when we come to 2050, it doesn't matter about the natural gas of the heat pump. 100 years before, if we would found energy mine, and if we would be talk about the efficiency, nobody would be looking into their negative impacts. At the current point, if it is very dangerous for the nature, we won't extract that. So I don't want incentives, because if there are incentives, there will be a public. I don't want subventions for the natural gas, and I hope that those numbers will come to a accurate point. We don't need natural gas to be cheap. And of course, when we are talking for today, we need to inform the end user in a correct way. Of course, I'm not advocating the natural gas, but there is this reality. When this presentation ends, Osman is going home, I am going home, and we'll be going to deal with other things. And when we are telling things to the people, we are not talking about natural gas. 9 out of 10 of my clients, they are like, just a moment. And it is very important to convey to them the accurate information. We need to technically to provide correct information. This is why we are talking about carbon neutral. But if your client says, I don't have money, I'm poor, I can't forget about the carbon because I have to live. Thank you for your contributions. We are at the end of our time. Thank you.
Seymen ben. Size harikulade bir hikaye anlatacağım bugün. Gördüklerim karşısında o kadar heyecanlandım ki bu hikayeyi size anlatmam, bu heyecanı sizinle paylaşmam şart. Küçükköy Merkez Camii burası. 1886 tarih. 1886 yani Atatürk'ün doğumundan 5 sene sonra. Küçükköy bir göçmen köyü aslında. Evlerin içinde hikayeler, o taş binaların içinde öyküler, o öykülerin içinde yaşayan insanlar göçmen hikayeleriyle birlikte yoğrulmuş birçok kültürün iç içe geçmesiyle birlikte oluşmuş olağanüstü bir kadim bilgi yeri burası. Küçükköy'deki hikaye bambaşka bir hikaye ama burası Türkiye'ye bir öykü anlatmak istiyor. Burası Türkiye'yi gerçek, samimi ve kendine ait bir hikayeyle bambaşka bir hikayeyle buluşturmak istiyor. Hep söyledik ya, dünyanın kaynaklarını tüketiyoruz, su kaynakları bitiyor. Maalesef gıda krizi kapımızda. Enerji kıtlığı çeken bir ülke olduğumuz için enerji ithal etmek zorundayız ve bu kaynakları idareli kullanmak zorundayız. Bunu hep söylüyoruz ama uygulamıyoruz. Bu köyde bir hayal kurulmuş. Özel sektör akademiyle, üniversiteyle işbirliği yapıp devletin kurumlarının kapısını çalmış. Ve onlara demiş ki ben öyle bir köy yaratacağım ki bu köyde sürdürülebilir felsefenin, sürdürülebilir ekonominin, sürdürülebilir yaşamın, iyi bir yaşamın ve hak ettiğimiz kadar temiz bir gıdanın ve dünyaya zarar vermeden, kılına bile dokunmadan muhteşem insani ve samimi bir yaşamın anahtarını veriyorum. Birleşmiş Milletler Kalkınma Programı, Enerjisa yani özel sektör ve bence işin en önemli ayağı üniversiteyle birlikte, Sabancı Üniversitesi ile birlikte akademinin, bilim dünyasının, kamunun desteğinin, özel sektörün çabasının ortak hayaliyle gelin bir köy yaratalım. Öyle bir köy olsun ki bu kaynakları sarf etmeden, Türkiye'nin enerji ihtiyacını har vurup harman savurmadan insanlara özledikleri, buraya yerleşenlere arzu ettikleri, mutlu olacakları, dünyayı okşayacakları bir ortam yaratalım.
Merhaba herkese. Merhaba herkese, hoş geldiniz öncelikle. Ben özellikle Türkiye'nin gelişmesini, ilerlemesini, büyümesini, bu büyümenin sağlık.
We're going to talk about this growth, the health of this growth, the employment and the future of the youth. I'm a journalist that's fighting for this. The project that you've just watched is actually very interesting. It's a solar power project for Turkey, actually. You watched just a few minutes, but there's a lot of efforts behind this. I explained this project for the first time to Güner Sabancı. I explained this project first. Let's prepare such a solar power, solar energy usage. Let's select a pilot village anywhere throughout Turkey. Let's do this through solar power and wind power without feeling any connection to the outside, using our own local energy. Let's create a utopia. But people can bring their children to this village, let them take algorithm, engineering lessons, etc. Let them talk about the safe usage of electricity. Let's talk about less energy consumption models in agriculture. Let's impart this into the children that visit here. This is a small village in Ayvalık. Why was this project so important? And when I'm talking about this, the point I'm trying to make, Turkey can succeed if it wants to. Turkey being dependent on the rest of the world in energies is unacceptable. Turkey is one of the greatest economies. It has a productive young population among OECD countries. It has the youngest population. This is Turkey with the youngest population, but we are dependent on other countries for energy. We have coal resources. We have no petrol resources.
Yani Rusya'dan ithal ediyoruz biz kömürü yıllar.
So we are importing the coal from Russia. So if you are asking which type of coal we are using in agricultural applications, the Russian coal is of high quality. We don't have that quality of coal. and we have outer dependency for natural gas, for coal. But we want to grow, we want to open industrial sites, we want to create employment opportunities for our younger populations. But Turkey is importing energy from outside at around 80%. So we need to expand the dollars that we hardly are able to put in our central bank, because we have to import the natural gas from Russia. It will get will freeze if we don't get the natural gas from Russia. So Putin and Russia, this is their policy. They are always threatening the other countries that if they are going to close their valves, the other countries are going to get frozen. On the other side, we can talk about the Paris Climate Agreement, and by entering into this agreement, we promise that we won't exceed 2 Celsius degrees, and that will have the transformation to the green energy. So what do we need to do? We need to provide energy. So there is a nuclear PP at Akkuyu. We have a protocol in place with Russia. So after we got this PP operating, we'll have easy, clean, and less costly energy. We can do investments because we'll have our own energy, a clean energy because of our inner resources. We won't have to import coal from Russia, from Uzbekistan, from Iran. So what this means, we won't have to put billions of dollars to the deposits of this country. It's not like that. The deal with Russia indicates clearly that the electricity that will be provided by that PP entitles Russia to sell that energy to the outer resources. So Russia has a board in the nuclear PP at Akkuyu. So there is another factory in Kayseri for SC panels. It's a quite young and dynamic factory. So there are a lot of youngsters. They have this thing like a startup. They invited me even, that I was quite impressed. Everything was made with the local capital. Everybody was so young. So it was like in the middle of Kayseri. I was quite impressed. I am from Nevşehir, from Cappadocia. Kayseri are the land of the very first aviation company of Turkey. So please imagine a aircraft factory established back in 1930s. One of those aircrafts were sent to Denmark, another ones to Germany and to the other European countries. So we have to retell our story. We should be like a phoenix bird. But our hands are tied because of this outer dependency, especially in the energy area. 3/4 of the energy that we are using comes from abroad, and we can do the investments on a scale that we want, because the sector especially is very challenging and is demanding for very high costs. The president of United States of America, Donald Trump, imposes new tariffs on European countries and China, but there is another war ongoing between China and Russia. So as far as I can tell, there are human resources, there is an infrastructure in Turkey in terms of SEs, but I can tell you that out of 4 companies that are producing green, clean energy, 3 of them are Chinese companies. Why? Because of science, technology, education, R&D, investments. They are very ambitious. So, as a result, on one hand, we are talking about Paris Climate Agreement, we are talking about green energy transformation. So we need to do that at a point because there's like this huge scarcity of resources. So I'm talking about a very large scale from UAE to the other Asian countries. So everybody, the entire corridor must transform into the green energy. So sun, what is the distance of the sun as a planet to the Earth planet? It's like 150 million kilometers. So I mean, can you understand that we are going to produce energy actually from a planet that's that far to us? So, do you know the interval of the sun beams needed to reach to the Earth planet? I asked ChatGPT this morning. It's 8 minutes. So if we can get those sunbeams in 8 minutes on our planet Earth, I mean, we should be able to produce that. It shouldn't be so hard. So everybody's talking about the panels. Everybody's doing the panels, and I'm very thankful to that. Our manufacturers are very nationalist, and Turkey needs to have clean, green energy. We have electricity power plants, and they are located in the Black Sea, but we still need that in here. Hydroelectricity PPs are are impacting every form of the life of the human beings, of livestock, of flora, of fauna. And as it is not enough, at the end of the 2023 in Çanakkale, 2,800 of mine researching permits have been issued. And why do we need for that? We need energy. Please have a look at the nature that we are disposing in order to that. Turkey has no other option than to do that. I'm always fighting for that, and we are initiating a calling system for that. In Turkey, up to now, there are like 216 universities. We have a lot of universities, and I would like to assign like 5 years for development of renewable energy. So Germans, look at the Germans. They don't have the sun, but although they do not have it, they are like the leaders of the solar energy manufacturing, right? And let's look at Turkey. We have 110 sunny days. Germany is the EU leaders, and they were like, okay, we want to storage the sun without having actually the sun. In Turkey, we have humans, we have know-how, we have knowledge, capital, but we can't store that energy. I want to invite the universities, and I'm going to set up progress for energy storage. As the very first moment we managed to develop a technique for storage, our outer dependency will be extinguished. So without healthy food, without agriculture, we are going to be extinct. The electricity costs are the main reasons for which the farmers are staying back. The natural gas is under the governance of Putin. Even at the greenhouses, we don't have energy independence, and we need like chemical fertilizers, chemical drugs, because we need to heat up, we need to enrich the soil. If you don't want to enrich the soil, if you want to do other things, you have to use a lot of energy. So let's dream about greenhouses heated by sun. It's just a dream. This is why farmers do not want to produce the health products. Only in 2023. The lymphoma cancer originated because of the food was 1,700,000 of diagnoses of lymphoma cancer. If I'm starting to spill this out loudly, there will be panic. But I have to share this with you because without this toxicity, by using only the natural waters, the clean waters, clean soils, it's very expensive. We are using chemicals, but we have cancers. We have global companies. Bayer. We are using the seeds of Bayer, and also we are using the oncological medication of the same Bayer. So our health is the top priority. If Turkey is going to be among the first 10 economies of the global arena, Turkey says that I have one of the youngest populations in Europe, and I'm going to be that. But there is no growing. Growing doesn't mean a better country, because the costs are very high. We cannot do the the operations that we want. If we would be able to cut off Turkey on its outer dependence on coal, gas, and other resources, only if we would be able to produce the solar energy. I just showed you a very small village. Touristical centers, they are covered with the solar panels. And we tried to do that. It was like a pilot region. We wanted to do that. If we would be able to do that in a small village in Ayvalık, then we'd have the opportunity to expand. If we would show to Turkey that we can do that only with the solar panels, it would be a big step. There are 60 million of tourists coming into our country. Only to the 10% of them, if we would tell them that we have a green village and you are going to use the hot water from solar energy and you are going to eat your food cooked with the heat coming from the solar panels, you would be able to taste the local kitchen of Ayvalık. Just imagine that. Imagine the families that are growing their kids with this perspective. But we need a huge capital. We need investments from the holdings. We had Sabancı family behind this small village. It will be another's. It depends if we believe in that. But we were able to open different courses for the kids, like algorithm codings, and we were able to tell them that everything in here was produced with the solar energy, and we would be able to do that. We are learning software because university like O2 or Istanbul Technical University professors. Voluntarily, they came to the village and they educate that kids in there. So it is very important for us to show to the people that the resources are not limitless. It is very important to get into the mind of those kids. A very small village. As a journalist, I can undertake to do that. But if we have outer dependence, as long as we are like that, we won't be able to do anything. If Germany, and they don't have sun at all, if they can sell that, I can collect electricity from my panel without the sun. I can use it for heating and for cooking and for bathing, showering. If Germany says that on the roofs of buildings of all of us, we should have those. Why we believe that much in natural gas and we have that at our door? One apartment, one solar panel. Everything changes with an apartment. If we start this change with an apartment, if we develop a new perspective, can we do that? I think that we can. But we are not stepping into that. So I'm kind of asking you, after 5 minutes I will be gone. But in my house, in my village, in my building, please ask yourself if you can create a world with a solar energy. Can they do that? If I'm going to cover the roof of my building with those panels, can I create this? But we are not focused on that. I hope that you'll be able to do that. For Turkey, we don't have any energy resources. We are not a gas country. We don't have gas coming out from our soils, but we have our minds, our intellects, and the biggest resource of energy is human R&D, science, technologies. I have this call for our universities, not only for solar, but also for the wind, but not hydroelectricity. But we have the sun, it's permanently in there. Sun comes up every morning. Not in Turkey, but we know that the sun will be in there every morning. Just please think of the energy. And people are developing new technologies. I'm seeing only a single layer of glass, but under than that there are a lot of sub layers, different technologies. They are absorbing the energy and they are preventing it from going outside. We are providing, we are contributing, we are developing a behavior against Putin, and you are telling them that you don't have to take the gas, or just a very minimum part of that. It's not bad for a starting. I have some small notes. Germany is leader with 32%. 32% of the energy is from solar. They don't have any sun, by the way. Germany is not a sunny country. In Turkey, we have almost 110 days, sunny days. 110 is a big country. We have a lot of waters and we are transforming them in energy. We couldn't do that. Even if we can transform our waters in energy, it is very much. And it is very, very, very hard for us. We need to have free, endless, and clean energy, and we need our mind in order to do that. And also, we need to change a little bit of our habits, our consuming habits. The world is changing, and the national security of the countries who cannot stand alone is threatened. If you become a part of the globalization, you'll be extinct. We need to change our consumption habits, local production, local energy. We need to be self-sustainable. It's time for localization. We need to become local. We need to act like a small village. We need to make the sun a part of our life. I'm ready to work, to have efforts for that, to make our country an energy independent one. I promise you that. Thank you.
We have the Electric Producers Association Deputy Chairman. Then we have a Solar Baba founder. Then we have Elvan Hanım Hesiyat Chairperson. Then we have Trebut Chairman Ibrahim Erdem. Welcome. I thank you so much for accepting our invitation in your busy calendars, schedules. First of all, if we're to get started, this session is the Ember Turkey Electricity Report. It's a report that we publish each year. I want to get started by introducing Ember. Ember is London's headquartered non-profit energy organization from Australia to Latin America. They're active in over 70 countries. We have a screenshot from the Ember website. If you go to ember.org.tr, you can also see the Turkish website. And we have different analysis regarding electricity in Turkey. We have rooftop energy analysis, coal power station analysis. We have recent studies, and also where we've been calculating solar and wind power in Turkey. What happened in 2024? I want to start quickly and go through that. When we look at the solar power generation, we have a large increase, even more in hydroelectric. And there's a decline in demand. 2024 changed this. We have a 5.5% increase. We have a slight increase in coal. And now I just want to move out to the bigger picture right now. In the past 4 or 5 years, what situation we've come to from electric production from different resources. Wind and solar production for the first time exceeded coal production. And we can say now that wind and solar has now left behind coal, because as new capacity will continue to enter into force, then we only have one coal power station expansion plant. Even if that comes into force, it's not possible for it to exceed solar and wind. When it comes to natural and fossil fuels, the share of electric generation in fossil fuels has come to its lowest ratio. But prior to that, it was natural gas. The share in electric power generation is now below 20%. We haven't had such a drop in recent years. I want to turn to Tamer Bey now. What is the reason for this decline in natural gas in 2024? And are we expecting the similar situation in 2025 in natural gas production? Thank you very much. I can be familiar with Ufuk Bey because we work together. The 20% production of natural gas was both expected and unexpected. It has both expected and unexpected reasons. The expected ones, as you mentioned, especially renewable energy, solar and wind, the installed capacity increasing, and also having a increase in production in hydroelectricity. And the highest capacity natural gas production is being impacted, so we have a decline there. In addition to that, 2024 in terms of pricing, for natural gas power plants to be able to generate power, it was very difficult in terms of pricing. It started with 2,700 lira, continued in 3,000 lira, but the margins were so low here that there was only margins of 200 or 300 lira for the first 6 months. And obviously, renewable energy production increases brought the levels down to below 20%. 30-35 averages were seen in natural gas, but the main reason for this decline is this. But this decline, will it continue as such? Will it go down to zero? No, of course not. Especially fixed power production, when coal and nuclear comes in, renewable energy side, especially the capacity of solar power increasing. There are 2 resources that you can utilize simultaneously. One would be instantly. We can include hydroelectric here. We have 2 resources really. One of this is natural gas and the other is storage. The development and size of this and the widespread of this has such importance that in this dimension calculation, natural gas is always going to be an important concept that keeps the system running. They're going to work less, but they're going to be bringing health to the system, essentially. Together with this, on the pricing side, in gas pricing, there is some movement there. 2018, 2019, the lower gas prices, maybe together with electric pricing, and the market was allowing you to work with natural gas, but the current gas prices and the difference with electric prices, unfortunately, has alleviated this now. In 2025, when we look at the first quarter, there weren't great values there, numbers there. But as of the 5th of April 2005, then it's now a disaster. Certain power stations are now starting entering cold faults to overcome their signals, and we're hoping that necessary precautions will be taken on time to alleviate these problems. So thank you, Tamer Bey. Now let's look at the coal side. We talked about natural gas. In 2024, there was also a milestone in terms of coal as well. Turkey passed Germany and became a leader in Europe, and we also overtook Poland the year before. When we compare the European countries on coal consumption, we're third place, and that's 36% in energy production, and Poland is the leading company there. Now, if we've talked about fossil fuels, coal and natural gas, so let's look at our dependence, overseas dependence. Coal is unknown by those outside of the industry. Most people are surprised by this. Our coal power production is not through local coal, and 60% of that is through imported coal. And this has been like this for many years. We can see the past 5 years on the graphics, but a majority of our new coal power stations have been imported coal investments, and the main reason for this has been the energy production increase in imported coal power generation. The remaining 40% are not power stations that have cheap production, I do not believe, but we hear in the news from the states that they've requested long-term energy production permissions, and we can say that there isn't high production there. When we look at natural gas in the Sakarya area, we can see there's a production increase, and that was on the news a lot, and we wanted to show that as well, what a contribution that has been making. For 2024, it is 4% local production, 96% is still dependent on imported natural gas. Let's switch to solar now. Let's talk a little bit about renewable energy, because solar was the star of 2024. In 2024, 40% increase in solar power generation. This is a record that has not happened in Turkey before. It was such an increase that it was an increase to the level of the total production in 2018. So before we switch to that, before we go to the comparison with Europe, I want to ask a question to Ateş Bey. 2024, what was the reason for solar power production to increase so much in 2024? What changes contributed to this? And in 2025, do we expect this momentum to continue or increase? And what do we need to do for it to continue? Okay. The increase in 2024, as you know, has nothing to do with solar power stations established in 2024. 2020, 21, 22, 23, in the past 3 years, the organized industrial zone established values had not been declared to TEAŞ, and they were entered into the system. They were added to the system in 2024, and this data, there are 5 or 6 people following the data in the industry, and they can understand what's happening, because when we look at the data, they were constantly changing the backdated information. There's nothing we can do about that. The only thing we can say is that whether it's residential or a huge industrial area, rooftop installation or a land installation, please, as soon as a preliminary permit has been issued, please let these be included in the central server. And let's not deal with, oh, I forgot to enter it for 3 months, 6 months. So the increase from 2004 has nothing to do with 2024 itself. 2024 was a bad year for solar, surprisingly, because when we look at the data, no one would say that. It looks like there's a huge attack, a huge increase. But these solar power stations were not established in 2024, and we don't have a huge, great outlook for 2025 either. Why? Because this has many different reasons. From the first of this, there's no capacity. Even for an Orla summer house, you get a rejection. You cannot install it. There's no capacity allowed left with industrial areas. Some can't find financing. This is an important piece of data. For example, like when you make your call, let's say we assume that power station has been established, but we really need to research and follow this timeline and this value chain. Those who can find capacity cannot find financing. Those who have financing ready have not been able to find capacity, and that's just been left in the air as well. Where do you think that's going well? We have hybrids, solar power generation plants, and we have difficulty getting to the data of this from TH servers. The solar power established in hybrid power stations, we cannot follow the data. I discussed that with Bahadur yesterday, the chairman of Solar 3.5G, 3.5 gigawatts, and it was around 1.2 gigawatts hybrid solar power plants can be added, we can say that. In addition to this, 2025 and for coming years to go well, I want to give a stock exchange example here. You have a stock exchange and you only have one company. There's no depth to it. We need this depth now in solar power generation. When we look at the world, we talk about this almost 24/7 with you, and I'm so glad that you're here. So glad to have you here, because we now have another organization, another person that I can discuss with this in my life. We talked about this earlier, these amphibious solar power plants. In Europe, for example, solar and wind together has been discussed a lot. When there's wind, there is summer. When there's no sun, there is winds. But that's not the same in Turkey. When there's a lot of sun in the summer, for example, the Çeşme Peninsula, for example, winds and sun, solar. For me, hydroelectric and solar, we need to bring to the agenda a lot, and we need to, yes, with hydroelectric, yes, definitely, we need to do the best we can here. We're not just talking about amphibious solar power plants. We don't have to install these in every area, but we have great infrastructure here, for example, the hydroelectric stations. The hydroelectric will produce more during the summer, etc. This is what I value in hybrid power stations, power generation. I really value the hydroelectric and solar electric. And another side is agricultural solar power plants. We have certain investor projects, and they're all agricultural solar power plants. In Italy, when we're going to start seeing it in other Mediterranean areas, if you don't have efficient agriculture under your solar power plants, and I'm not going to give you capacity, they say. So Turkey is a heaven of agriculture, so we need to bring these together, agriculture and power generation. We need to bring added value to both these industries, and we need to work on this together. And one session before we talked about, we have an industry that doesn't exist in Turkey. And 20 or 30% of the established power comes from there, is residential power, solar power. These are rooftop. This is almost 0%. The Poland example, you know, for example. we need a better profile with this. Thank you very much. Let me continue on from this point. In the past 2.5 years, the established solar power plants has increased twofold from 10 to 20 gigawatts. So this is a really high rate of increase. So when we consider this added power generation, let's compare it with the rest of the world, other countries. Right now we have the highest electric consumption, top 20 countries, and we can see a ranking of the share of solar power. We're at 7.5% as of 2024. This is a significant increase, but still, when we compare with European countries, we can see that our ranking has not increased. Romania, for example, for 2024 has left us behind. They've doubled their share of solar power production. Another important example is Poland. They've opened the gap a little bit more, raised the gap a little bit more. When we look at South American countries, when we look at those countries, Southern Mediterranean countries, we can see that their share is between 14 and 22%, and these are the rates that we need to be aiming for. Now let's continue with wind energy. We have the opposite situation when compared to solar power until 2022, when we consider we can see there's quite a stable increase in 2021 and 22, but from 2022 to today, we can see there is quite a decline. There's a stagnation here. So 2018 to 2020, 2020 to 2022, and then post-2022. I just want to ask a question to Ibrahim Bey about this. Until 2022, Turkey, what did we do well in wind power that this wind brought us a significant increase, and what changed after 2022 that we have this stagnation essentially? Shall we just wait for the announcements? Let's wait for the announcements, I think. Let's listen to the announcements because we can't hear. There's a very important announcement right now. Okay, Turkey, the wind journey started with construct, operate, transfer in the 1990s, but it was post-2011 that this became fast with the capacity tenders carried out by TEAŞ. This was the real start of the rise of wind power in Turkey. Before that, a country with no established power, to even come to 1 megawatt, when you think there's a 1 megawatt wind turbine, that meant 1,000 wind turbines being established. The 2011, 78,000 applications being cleared, these tenders, and then with the local part support, having that local incentive as well, that domestic incentive being offered as well, meant that investors saw the attractiveness in investing in wind power, and the industrialists saw this as well. The industrialist is the steel industrialist, the pipe industrialist, forgers or metal industrialists. What do they say? They saw that I can make another product. I have the competency, so I can benefit from this as well. So the investor appeared as well, a local and foreign investor, and also the industrialists saw a benefit here, and we brought the investors and the industrialists together, especially post-2014. We had an effective local parts support started to be paid, so the power station investors and the industrial investors came together and created a success story. Towards 2020, obviously there's some zigzags there as well, but the average was around 780, 800 megawatts, and the peak years were, it was 1,800 megawatt installations. 1,800 megawatts was around 350, 400 wind turbines. You have to look at the numbers here when you're considering the industrial side of it, because megawatt means something to us, but megawatt doesn't mean anything to an industrialist on its own. So this story, 2011, then 2015, 16, the solar power tenders, wind capacity applications were received. But until 2017, there were no new tenders. YEKTEM and the local part support, that was a great thing we did right. And so the deficiency here is that the capacity was not allocated for a long period of time. In 2022, we had the tenders, the YECA, and we had these tenders. There was huge goals here, but unfortunately we couldn't follow through. In 2018, 2019, we had the economic crisis. This meant there was no continuation of the YECA. And when there was no new capacity allocation, with the YECDEM duration running out in 2020, the investors finished the power stations, and then they saw that we need a wind turbine. For wind turbines, you need a license or you need a tender, and unfortunately, they've both been disrupted. In 2021, we had a new capacity tender, and these projects this time, the tender that you entered into in the middle of the pandemic, the development, it's not a click of a finger. It's not an immediate. It can take 3, 4, sometimes 5 years, these project development periods. And even if you have strong investors in 2021, for them to bring these projects to construction level, it's already 2024, and it's only as of last year that these new capacity projects have been entering into force. So we had the transition period of 2023. 2023 and 2022 were the completion years of prior projects. And 2023 had the lowest number of installations in the past 25 years, so 400 megawatts in electric, for example. And last year, what did we see? We saw these new capacity projects and these capacity increase projects. They brought some movement to the industry, and we achieved 1,300 megawatts here. On the one hand, obviously there's financing, there's new turbine players entering into the market, especially Far Eastern, more competitive prices, bringing investments. And that's how we achieved the 1,300 megawatt last year. And regarding the continuation of the question, I don't expect this to decline, to fall. What's important here is not for it to step-by-step increase, but also how we are going to generate added value from this as a country. If I have the opportunity to answer your next question, I will touch upon that. But what is important here is how we're going to benefit from this and how we're going to moving forward. Thank you very much. In wind, again, let's look at our positioning. The top 20 energy-consuming, electric-consuming countries in Europe. Let's see who's overtaken us and how the ranking has changed. In European countries, 2024, there was stagnation there in wind energy. But as Ibrahim Bey said, there is an increase that's expected in December. We believe this is temporary, and we're waiting for these to enter into force. If we look at the position of Turkey, if we start from the positive side, we're still ahead of G7 countries like Italy and France. We're also ahead of Norway, but hydroelectric has a huge share there, so wind turbine installation started quite late there. If we look at the interesting countries here, we have Finland that stands out here, Sweden stands out here. And if we look at the general picture here as well, Denmark especially stands out. Almost outside of the graphic here at a 60%. It has a 60% share of wind energy in energy consumption. Let's continue with hydroelectric now. Now on the screen, we see the capacity factor of river-type hydroelectric power plants in terms of hydroelectric. When we look at the April month, that's quite interesting in 2024. It was on the news as well. There was a significant drought in Turkey, and this was reflected on the river type. When we look at the dam side of dam hydroelectric production in 2024, when we compare with 2022 and 23, we can see there's a similar amount of water. When we look at the previous images, there's more droughts, and now we have similar to 2023. But despite this, in hydroelectric production, especially with the dams, we can see there's an increase. So that's such that 2024 was the third highest year of hydroelectric power generation. I want to ask a question to Elvan Hanım about this. As we've mentioned, drought. As you know, drought is both year-on-year and both a year-on-year and long-term impact on hydroelectric production. But hydroelectric still has an important contribution to providing energy security by producing 20 to 21% of electricity. What sort of precautions can be taken to protect this? What sort of policies and regulation changes would you recommend? What do you think about this? Can we switch on Elvan Hanım's microphone, please? I think it's not working. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, the hydroelectric industry. I want to just thank you for helping us clear up some misunderstandings about hydroelectric energy. The renewable energy and industrial development is very dependent on hydroelectricity. With investments that have gained speed, with the Yektam in 23,000 megawatt of this is storage, water storage, dam power stations. This makes us second in the world, and I think the top 10 worldwide. This is actually a great richness, and it's the backbone essentially of the renewable energy in Turkey. But as in most industries, some bad planning, some poor constructions have, as Cem Seymen mentioned earlier, has made it the black sheep of the industry essentially. And we are trying to change this as much as we can. As you said, the drought has a negative impact on the industry right now. The drought, which we usually have every 7 years, is now every 5 years. The amount of rainfall, water, even if there is no change in the form of rainfall, the meter cube that should be over 1 month is in 3 to 5 days, and this causes problems in the turbines there. And how can we overcome these when we consider this? As Ateş Bey mentioned earlier, hydroelectric power stations, especially storage power stations, can work very well with solar power. Because we already have all the transformers and the solar power plants that can be placed here very easily can positively impact the capacity, the dwindling capacity because of drought, and studies show that this is possible. However, we have significant problems with permits. These power stations, as hydroelectric power stations, has all the infrastructure, nationalization, the power station buildings. These are operational power stations. All that needs to be done is for these solar power generators to be placed on these areas. However, infrastructure connection limitations, long period of time for obtaining permits is a handicap for us. In addition to this, the drinking water dams, drinking water dams, the water surface solar power plants which can be placed means that having power generation during peak hours from hydroelectric would allow for production during sunlight hours from solar power, and I think it will have a positive impact on stabilizing stability. We also believe that, I just want to mention this, I hope it's heard, we've said this over and over again, these amphibious solar power plants, I think the regulations need to be completed on that. When it comes to solar power, again, hydroelectric power, with unplannable, uncontrollable, renewable energy planning, especially in the spring months, having to carry out this production as hydroelectric. And unfortunately, we are required to leave this energy to the basin without being able to electrify it, to put it through a turbine, unfortunately. So we need to have a minimum pricing here. And we believe this will be fair for sector stakeholders. As the private industry, 32,000 megawatts, we represent 16,000 megawatts here. So I believe we need to pay attention to the financial sustainability of the investor. That is all I have to say right now. Thank you very much. Shall we continue? Let's continue with demand, shall we? I think that's the only subject that we haven't talked about. On the screen right now, we have a year-on-year monthly increase in demand. Certain months really stand out, especially June and July, and February a little bit as well. June and July is easier to explain. We have temperature records that were broken, especially in June. The June temperature average was 2 degrees higher than the previous records, and 2 degrees is a huge number for Turkey, and this was reflected in electric consumption. There's a similar situation in July, and as you know, every year we break records for the hottest months, and this has been experienced again, and it has been reflected in energy consumption. And obviously, February, the year after the earthquake, we can interpret it as such. If we look at I'm just going to pass over the long-term demands here. I want to come towards the end of the past years, we published 2035 capacity goals. We had a national energy plan that was published before, and now in the new goals that were published in 2035, these 2035 numbers became higher. And to attain these numbers, how many solar and wind power plants need to be established for this? In fact, it's lower than the past 2-year installations, but if we look at the 2035 goals, we need a very rapid increase. If we were to ignore the 2030 goals, and in the period of time that's going to pass the 2035, how many solar and power plants need to be established? We have a total requirement for approximately 8 gigawatts to achieve this energy. Specifically, to solar and power, 5.3 solar and 2.7 wind power stations need to be established every year. And I want to give the floor to Ibrahim Bey. Until 2035, do you believe that 2.7 gigawatts of wind power can be established? And if we can't, what changes do we need to make this possible? First of all, we have several needs for this, requirements for this. First of all, this is capacity. Second would be technically you need to move forward. The project permits processes need to be quick. And third of all, we need financing. And to be able to do this, a fourth subject would be technical infrastructure, but technical infrastructure is easier to solve than the others. I gave a number earlier, 400 turbines a year. The logistics of this was able to be provided, and this has been possible to date, 400 a year. And if we're talking about we can already establish around 3,000 megawatts, so we can already meet the needs of technical infrastructure. When we look at established capacity, we have mechanic power of 14,000, 18,500 storage capacity. And if we look at the capacity increase projects, if we increase that as well, we have 23,000 megawatt capacity right now. Bring this together with 14,000, and we have, let's say 5,000 would be on the sea, so we have 45 megawatts. So we need this added capacity. And this has been committed to be given by added capacity increase by YEKA. 1,000 wind, 1,000 solar commitment has been made by the government, and I don't think it will stay at 1,000 megawatts, because as the turbines get bigger and the solar panels get bigger, they're going to need more in number. So capacity, can that be provided? Yes, it can. On paper, it appears that it can. But for this to be turned to investments, the most important subject here, yes, you can give the capacity. However, the project developer and the investor, if they can make that into an investment within the next 10 years, that it'll enter into the 10 years. But if it takes 4 to 5 years, then it becomes an investment in 8 to 9 years. So that means a part of these power stations will be constructed in 10 years' time, in which case we can't do it. In which case then we're going to say, yes, we couldn't do it, but we gave the capacity. We don't have the power stations, but we've kept our promise. Why? Why are we carrying out this planning? Because consumption is going to increase, and we're going to meet the needs. The needs aren't going to be met, and we're going to have other problems. We have an important study being carried out on this for the past 10 months, approximately, since May. The supervision, and that we are making significant efforts with us, the industry. There's a legal effort that's being made, and everyone needs to embrace this and push forward. And this law needs to be brought into force. If this happens, we believe capacity will be provided. And the final problem would be financing. And financing, international financing, needs to see that they're starting to see these portfolios as attractive. The latest EACAR projects, capacity increase projects, closed under very competitive conditions, and this important balance sheet power and these important projects and purchase cost low projects, if these can be financed, then there is light at the end of the tunnel for the coming periods. But the efforts need to be made, and investors have to be quick, and the state needs to support this as well. We have certain difficulties in attracting international investors. There are certain things that we and the government need to do, the public sector needs to do. We've been working on this for a couple of days. There's both a political and technology investment meeting that we were at a couple of days ago. These international events, obviously the fairs are important, but not just as fairs. Political and economic meetings, being present at these and showing ourselves at these and attracting these to the countries. If we can achieve this, yes, it may not be 48, maybe they'll 40, maybe 35, but from 14 megawatts to 40,000 megawatts, if we move forward, then a 25,000 megawatt investment, this added value here is $25 billion. This is $12.5 billion here, 10 years. You can bring $1.2 billion to the country, and if we look at it like this, then it's possible to move forward, and it's easy to get close to these numbers. We can't see it on the screen right now, but the newly defined 2035 capacity, there's a battery goal that is in question as well, and that is a 7.3 gigawatts capacity which is being mentioned. 2 hours, so 15 gigawatts, yes, we can say it like that, yes. On the other hand, wind and solar power plants with storage where capacity has been allocated, we're looking at 34-35 capacity that's been allocated. At this point, I want to ask a question to Ateş Bey. We've talked about solar, but there's also an energy storage hat that he has as well. He's also the founder of a platform as such, so I want to ask him this question. The 2035 battery goal, 7.3 gigawatts, how do you interpret that? I think it's a good and realistic target for the preliminary. When we talk to public sector representatives, then we talked about this with Elvan Hanım as well prior to this meeting. We have a great advantage here.
Agresif. Bizim o kadar agresif olmamıza ben biraz gerçekçi konuşmak istiyorum. Veyahut o kadar hızlı olmamıza henüz gerek yok. Bu gerek olmamasının altında başka sebepler de var. Bir, batarya teknolojisi şu anda güneş panelini geçti. Fiyatı en hızlı düşen teknoloji. İnanılmaz. Hani rakamları belki burada arkadaşlarımız var, biraz soruyorlardır. Neredeyse hani bizim biliyorsun Trump her gün vergiyi artırıyor ya Çin'e. Çin de her gün sanki batarya fiyatını %2, %5 azaltıyor gibi. Yani bir fiyat alıyorsun, aynı üreticiyle bir daha konuşuyorsun. Teknoloji aynı, ürün aynı. %5 daha ucuz fiyat veriyorlar. Yani bir daha geçen seneki bu etkinlikte bütün finansçılar batarya fiyatını 400 bin dolar megawatt saat gibi planlıyorlardı. Şimdiki rakamları hiç söylemeyeyim, çok uçuk kaçık fiyatlar var çünkü. Hani 200 ve 150 deniliyor, onun da altına inmiş durumda şu anda. Teknoloji de değişiyor. Sodyum bataryalar biraz filizlendi ve sodyum bataryalar depolamalı güneş ve res uygulamaları için çok uygun özellikleri nedeniyle. Henüz bir mass production olmadığı için fiyatları lityum bataryalarla benzer fiyat ama
Everything is similar to lithium batteries, but when mass production starts, then with material specifications, it can be 2 to 3 folds cheaper. It's possible for this. And about legislation, we do have problems related to this.
Geriye dönük olarak
So it needs there were like very big reactions to that. So having during one night a capacity of battery of 33 megawatt was something that was tried to be contested. So it will be very good if we can give more authorization to TEAŞ. So we'll have 20 megawatts, and why it is like that? I was at Amsterdam at a solar solution, and everybody is storing for 4 hours and even 8 hours, because the logic is that the sun goes down at 6 o'clock. So 4 hours is the current trend in Europe. So if we have to turn back at this question, we need to consider that. So we need to control the page of EPDK, and I think that the realistic number will be like 7 gigabyte per hour. So when we have capacity projections, we are talking about strategic targets. We are talking about new capacity, and there are only a few gigabytes. What do you think of Turkey hydroelectric capacity? So we are talking about the established power of 32,000 gigawatt. So according to State Water Works, there is still a lot of hydraulic capacity, and we have plants with dams. The hydroelectric investments are continuing in the USA and Canada. The national park waters are used. The local resources are very important for us, and they can create a difference in the development. And I think that we should continue with the investments. Unfortunately, we don't have any projections, but I think we need a vertical revisions. When we are looking at past, Turkey has the potential of this investment. And what this means with the zero projections for 2050, this needs to be developed. There is this capacity. And in terms of storage, when we are looking at Europe and China, we can see huge investments. Turkey has no steps towards this. And we are still working. Unfortunately, there is nothing yet on the regulation side. In Australia, as James Simon mentioned, there are a lot of new plants. In Turkey, we have volcanic lakes, and we have a lot of renewable resources. And in terms of zero prices, we can see that the financial feasibilities are improved. And with the nuclear energy, I think that there will be very big fluctuations, and the water will be used more efficiently. And I also think that this topic should be dealt with by public. It's a very critical topic. We need to have something that is going to work as a nuclear PP. And I want to re-emphasize this. And we are talking about hybrid capacity, but it's not okay. If we have this, there are also connections, there are substations. Why we need to have permits for a second investigation? But those topics, I think that they can be regulated with specific investments, and I think that there is a great opportunity that we as a country are actually missing. We are talking about 16,000 megawatt and 800,000 megawatt solar investments. You said 1,200 megawatt. It's hard to get a concrete number, but I think that this is an opportunity that we shouldn't be missing, because we are very distracted. We are looking at different things, but I want to address our public sector. We are going to work together on hybrid solar plants. And I think that there is an opportunity, and we are not looking enough at it. I want to close this session with Mr. Tarem with a call question. Let's not end this session with a call. Neither me nor Mr. Tanner would want that. But I just informed you that I'm going to ask you something about the call. As you know, in Turkey we don't have any coal plant, only in Afshin we have a single one. And we were looking at the local coal and at the annual changes. It is increasing, but the increase started to slow down. Can we say that there is a peak in Turkey? Can you foresee a new construction? First of all, thank you for addressing this question to me in an ironical way. So coal was one of the most important resources of Turkey, especially the local coal was our biggest resources. There are a lot of investments. There are many plans, and also there are challenges. So first of all, the revenue levels and the structures of the existing coal plants mean that many of them cannot continue at current market prices. And I'm saying this about all the stakeholders of these sectors. So last year, the generation plants, which only increased their costs to catch up with the market prices, increased their personal-based costs by 20%. So we need to take this into consideration. And when we are looking at the worst case scenario, production costs is not feasible. So in this case, we are talking about new investments in terms of covering the risks of investor appetite. Even if we are trying to support this, it is very difficult. As you mentioned in your report, we have Afshin Elbistan project. We have the environmental assessment report positive for this power plant, but there are still a lot of issues in front of that. And especially, I don't think that new investments will be attracted. So there used to be this China's fury, and China was supporting it. But the Chinese president announced that the IPC will not provide resources, and this declaration affected everybody. And as our president here mentioned, while we are encountering issues in financing, and especially after Trump's movement, a lot of agreements have been terminated. And I mean that the capability of coal to find financing, it's very restricted. It is a risky investment, and at the point where risks occurs, I think it would not be easy to find a new investment. And also in terms of renewable energy transformation, this is no longer an inevitable reality, but a normal path, and it should not be interrupted. And we should take a lesson from Germany, a mistake, and we should not do the same. So what can we do with the coal? We need to increase the efficiency, we need to decrease the environmental impact. And the alternative energy resources should be included in that, like carbon capturing, like a combined usage of different resources. So it's not like that the coal is going to be finished suddenly. It will be a transformational decrease. There is also a new power plant, right? I think that this is a very big mistake. When we are looking at that, when you are burning the coal, when we are looking at the heating effect of the and the carbon effect of the coal, is not a product that is preferred. But if you remember, in 2023, the state supported the important coal. It was the single product that received such a big incentive from the state. But after introduction of the nuclear energy, maybe we will be able to have a new shell, a new support in here. And I don't think that countries are going to give up on coal up to 2035. Thank you very much. I think that we can go easier with that in comparison to Germany. We have a lot of power plants and we are luckier than that. So we are way out of our time. Thank you very much, time. Thank you very much for listening to us.
And small businesses. So it's becoming an industry where some players are investing, some are completing their investments, and others are thinking about investing. So we have supply meeting the demand right now that's being created. There are certain problems and difficulties that can be faced in supply, and today we want to give concrete examples of these problems and looking for solutions. First of all, I want to very briefly, with 1 minute periods, I'd like them to introduce themselves. Let's start with Fatih Bey. Can you hear me? Hello, welcome. My name is Fatih Gürcü. In the industry, next month we'll be completing our 11th year. It's going to be our 12th year. We've been in the industry since 2014. When we first started in the industry, it started with turnkey activities. And since 2022, we've been working on producing the best panels in the world with 500 megawatt power, and we're carrying out panel production in Antalya. Welcome again. Hi, my name is Çağrı Yıldırım. We produce turnkey solutions, and we also have investments in Europe, and 10 years have been completed, 11 years have been completed in the industry, and we're continuing to date. Hello, I'm Ulaş Yılmaz. I'm the project director for solar energy at Aksa, and together we produce products and services to battery solutions on grid scale, industrial scale and residential scale solutions. I'm going to start with the first question to Fatih Bey. In the past 2.5, 3 years, there's been a lot of fluctuations in panel prices. We've seen times when we've seen 45, 50 cents, where supply terms have been 9 months to a year. And we've also had the opposite, where it's been 15 cents. Against these fluctuations, what sort of precautions are you taking as a company? And we also have Yes, I'm going to start talking about the panel prices. We had prices of 43, 45 cents, where supply periods terms were reaching a year. We experienced that together in 2022-23. Now, as of the second half of 2024, we have had access to panels at the prices you've mentioned, and we've experienced all of this. And the main reasons for this, the basic reasons for this, is the cell is the most important item in terms of cost. In 2021-23, the cell unit price was $12 to $18. Those same cells are now $4. And glass prices as well. We had investments from Şişecam. That was one of the main problems in supply terms as well. Is the square meter glass prices. It was $12, $13 per meter square. Aluminum at the same time. In the aluminum stock exchange, there was a significant fluctuation there as well on the market prices. $4,700, $4,800 were being mentioned at the time, and the same aluminum.
So in 2024, this recessed back to 1,800 or 2,000. So when we are looking about the cumulative profit, it was the same with the consumer. and it will be the same. And when we are looking at the raw materials, we can see those changes, and also the demand and supply from China, and also the Şişecam movement. All of those recessive back the prices. So I can say that we are not experiencing a predictable process, and in fact that there are periods of ups and downs in the global economy. And every one of us is trying to develop a strategy and to manage different crises. And we are not going through a predictable period. And also, I think that the investment incentive certificate decision is correct, but it is a premature decision. We are in the favor of the local and the national. This is why we are Müsiat. I think that the cell investments are correct, and our planning is to support this investment. But I think that the investment incentive certificate process should be postponed until the right time, because there is no current cell production. Let's be real. And also, I think that extending the duration of investment incentive certificates to strengthen the SMEs in order to spread investment at the grassroots level and to strengthen competition in terms of quality is very important. Thank you. In terms of capacity, and also in terms of finance, I think that the sector is passing through a bottleneck. Especially the distribution costs were increased 34%. So we had ports to produce port produce very consume power plants. This is a new model, and we know that the roof of a lot of industrial enterprises is still empty. There is a lot of potential out there. And in the sector, people are talking about 5-1C or something like that. What is your projections? Your vision about or prediction? There is a wrong and missing point. There is a belief that and the wrong and missing point, whether people are from sector or not. Together with the increase in the distribution cost and having this port is more logic, makes more sense now. So in the G model, if there is no offset, the only difference will be that it will be capacity independent, which will be good for certain organizations, but not for SMEs. And we need to have something aligned per hour. So this is a hours-long discussion. We need to have a offset method. Other than that, it will be no different from the off-stream.
Belirlenen kapasitenin tutmasıyla şu an bizim Gaziantep %30-%35 civarında çatılarda.
And also the capacities of the substations are full. But on the other hand, in our locations, we still have like 35%. We are competing with the other plants. There are demands. We need an offset system for the G model, because other than that, the SMEs are not able to invest in that one.
Tabii şu anda hepimizin malum 33 gigawattlık yaklaşık 30 gigawattlık bir kapasite tahsisi yapıldı. Orada pazarda son durum nedir? Orada Aksaray'ın da geçtiğimiz günlerde ilk lisanslı rüzgar tarafından
Mr. Ulash, we know that a 32 gigawatts of storage market capacity allocation has been made. So what is the latest situation? And did you land already in the field? What are you doing? I want to congratulate the success of our department. And Mr. Charra has a very good question. So we need to we need a mapping of energy consumption and production, and also we need the grid flexibility. We need to restore it. When we are talking about cells, it's still a very young term. We have the cells in different domains of our life, in EVs, in our pockets. But we are talking about ESS, energy storage systems, and the battery industry in here is built on the iron phosphate. In Turkey, maybe we have a lot of nationals, and they know the domestic systems, like villa-type places. I'm referring to the places in the south part of Turkey. They have the roof solar systems, and they are supported by the cells. But when we are talking about industrial or grid level applications by like container type batteries, this is a noble sector. And in Turkey, the license regulation has changed, and there is an obligation for the new manufacturers for 34 gigawatt per hour to have the permits. We don't know the speed of realization. Of course, we need to look at the TH part. We need to look at the numbers of grid flexibility. And we wanted to be included in this ecosystem. And after that, we saw that this technology is not a mature technology yet in Turkey. It needs to get mature. And we wanted to start an organic relation, and we planted the first seeds. But when we are talking about assembled lines, production, etc., of course, those are our targets. but we're expecting the marketing of the ecosystem in Turkey to be developed. I have a question for Mr. Fatih.
Geçtiğimiz yıllara baktığımızda bu üç sac ayağından en az biri, çoğu zaman ikisi eksik oluyor. İşte nedir bunlar? İşte bir tarafta işin mevzuat, kapasite ve izinler sac ayağı var. Diğer tarafta ilk yatırım maliyetlerinin düşmesi var ki zaten şu an bayağı düştü. Bir de finans tarafı var. Aslında bu üç sac ayağını bir araya getirdiğimizde...
So, as you know, Turkey is actually an energy hub with serious investment potential, but we have three pillars. One of those pillars was missing in the past years. Legislations, regulations, capacity regulations, initial investment and finance side. How can you evaluate this? When there is snow, everybody gets cold, and when there is sun, everybody gets warm. We are always criticizing the missing things, but we are not looking enough at the solutions.
Bahsettiğiniz üç ayak bir yatırımın zaten üç olmazsa olmazı. Birinci noktada az önce Çağrı Bey çok
So those three legs that you mentioned, they are a must for an investment.
saatlerce oturup konuşulup ve çok kısa bir zaman içerisinde karara varılacak bir şey var. Tüketim noktası ve üretim noktası aynı yerde bir kere kapasiteden bağımsız olarak.
So we are sitting, there is something that can be decided in a short time. The producing and the consuming ports, the solar panels to be mounted on the roofs should be very easy to be installed. For the last 12 years, we are in this sector, and there are no excuses in our sector. We have minimum 36,000 of volts. Yes, the inspections should be more strict, and only the qualified inspectors should be traveling. I'm talking about names, about companies.
Doğru yaptırımlarla bu işi denetlemeli. Bir kere bunu bizim ismimiz, soy ismimiz gibi bilip kabul etmemiz gerekiyor.
We need to know that as our name and surname. And after that, independently from the capacities, there is no need for us to come at the middle of the alphabet. The rules are changed in the middle of the game. We have a process ongoing for 12 years without a license, and the players are aware about that. And those things are very quickly reflected into the market. And also we need the persons with capability and capacity to do that. And I want to tell you something very easy. We municipalities should not be issuing the solar plant authorizations. There are documents signed by a lot of universities, a lot of experts, but still we need to go to municipality. Why do we need to do that? I think that the unnecessary redundant procedures needs to be removed. And also, I think that in Turkey now we have the infrastructure, and I think that we have a installed capacity to work abroad. In terms of solar energy, we are not falling behind the world, we are in front. we are a country with very high potentials. Today in Antalya, we have tracker systems. And also the solar map from TEAS needs to be updated. Since yesterday we are talking about the competent maps, but now we are even ahead of Germany. We need to trust in ourselves. And the most powerful leg is finance. Without money, we can do nothing. Another reality in terms of SMEs and domestic implementations, the state subventions. In terms of natural gas and electrical energy. So from the state own coffers, a lot of money are spilled in order to prevent the citizens to pay. And whenever someone is doing a different investments, they are acquiring equipment. If the state can say that the companies that will do solar investments, we are going to support 60–70% of those. So today, from a country with foreign dependency, will be a country that can stand alone in those times. And I think that after a couple of years, the operational costs and economy will be at a better level, and everybody will start to use better energy. We'll have different visions, different horizons, and this is not very hard. Looking at the subvention amount, we have the industrial development ministry, right? So we are doing that in our country. We are developing. And the same thing goes for the energy sector, because our state, our country has this background. We have our bank, National Bank of Agriculture, National Bank of Participation for Agriculture. And we have also a real estate participation banks. And in order to protect our citizens, we have the National Turkish Bank of People. It's not that hard to set up a national bank of energy. We can do that. We have the qualifications, we have the necessary teams and resources, we have the necessary power, and we can act quickly. And if we can do that, we'll have a solution in here. And after 3 to 4 years, we'll have different visions, different objectives. I totally agree to you. The subvention side is not sustainable. And in our country, the households are supported by the industrial side. And if those are going to be used in this way, we'll have a more sustainable picture. And we'll all see that our money, that our funds are not in vain. Yes, we like to talk about 40% or 50%. We have a lot of stakeholders, and yes, those incentives were distributed among persons. But when we are thinking of SMEs or large-scale industrialists, we need to have the accurate, the right movements in here, Because when we are looking at the emptiness or rates or the full capacities, we will be talking about 20% or 30%, and I think I'm pretty much sure that within 1.5 years we'll be able to do that. I'm turning back to Mr. Chalar, but my question will be addressed as a continuation of the question that I was posing to your colleagues, especially in terms of settlement, in terms of issuing the permits, and also environmental assessment progress reports. Those periods are quite risky, and a lot of projects encounter bottlenecks during this process. So, what kind of challenges did you face? And what about this new concept of the super permits? How can we smooth the bureaucratical line? I want to address that as an EPC company. We have both EPC services and we are also an investor. And I mean, we faced like a lot of challenges, as you mentioned. The number of the institutions should be cut down. Maybe like we should come up with a single supreme agency. We should collect all the other institutions under the umbrella of a main agency. Because I mean, we have to deal with different anti-transparency procedures and processes. I mean, you go to municipality and you encounter different procedures. You go to the fire extinguishing agency and they will demand upon something entirely different. So the essential thing in here is that we should leave the public agency behind. I'm talking about 1 year process. Let's assume that you want to go with a solar thing on the land. 1 year. You will be able to start to construct after 1 entire year. I mean, within that year, there are a lot of things going on that probably the investor is going to miss out. So we had the General Directorate of Energy and different agencies, but I think that we need a more qualified governmental agency, and maybe after the establishment of such an agency, we will be able to cut down on the length of the processes for having issued a permit. And also we should leave the papers behind. I mean, of course, we have a lot of agency and they are like totally digitalized. But I mean, please remember back in time, I mean, for each single megawatt that you want to have installed on your power plant, you would have to sign like hundreds and hundreds of papers. Yes, this is an improvement, but it was a painful one. And while you are struggling with such lines and flows of bureaucracy, the other countries, they keep going on and on. This means that we cannot do efficiently our investments.
Burada herkesin kafasında soru işaretidir diye düşünüyorum bu sorular. İşte biri 250 megawatt ile
One is pulling zero from 250 megawatts production, and then there's a 250 megawatt project being created, or a 500 megawatt project is being created, and these projects are not benefiting our industry either. And even if they appear to be short-term beneficial, I believe that they're long-term the exact opposite. Because there's no mid-scale investment that's possible, I can't operate. I purchase materials. Fatih Bey can't produce products. So the economic situation, because everything is just tied up in one place, then there's an economic downturn there as well. There's no flow of funds, etc. So in summarize, if it can all be gathered in one institution, if these permits can all be electronic and clear, even distribution companies have investment companies. we sign for these, we have to state that we have no connection whatsoever with the distribution company. There's an activity ban, the inhibition there. So if we could see who's signed this, if we could see who's applied for this, who are getting these permits, if we could query this, and everything would be better. That's what I think, at least. Yes, with fairness, essentially. So you're summarizing that a consolidation is in question in the industry. On the service side of things as well, the service and construction side, this needs to become more widespread, yes. As someone who loves their country, I cannot invest in the country. I'm establishing a power plant in Europe instead. And there's so many Turkish investors in the Balkans because the money is moving out of Turkey now into Europe. Okay. Let's get to our last question, Ulaş Bey. As we know, at Müsiyat, there's this dollar-based purchase guarantee. We had a lot of projects in 2016, 2017. And these power stations, their 10-year guarantee periods were coming to the end of that. And now we still have a question mark of what's going to happen. It's not clear what's going to happen after this period ends. So what's going to happen to these power stations? The storage integration, is that going to happen? And how's that going to happen? Because these unlicensed power stations invoice at the end of the month, and they get their money from the distribution company. They're not on the market at all. They don't know how they're being processed. And so these power stations are essentially, the owners are going to be jumping in the deep end, essentially. So how is this going to continue and happen? I believe this all needs to be integrated, and this is unavoidable. How is this going to happen? I'm curious about your opinion. In general, the market conditions, even if they are determinants, these distributed solar projects, I think in general, are supported by YEKDAM, and I think this is for 10 years, if I'm not wrong here. For power stations that have completed their 10 years, there's a determination that they are going to be part of the energy markets, but these unlicensed solar power plants, the majority of their production is produced and entering into the system on off-peak hours, and this will not be reflected well in their feasibility. And as such, one of the solutions that could be utilized, and one of the most important of them in these facilities, is the storage integration. So the energy produced in the afternoon hours being fed into the system in peak hours in the evening and nighttime will lead to better income, and also will help and strengthen the hand of the distribution, the grids operators as well. Because in our country and in many countries, our demand hours are 7, 8, 9 in the evening, and they'll be offering service at those hours. And what I want to underline here is that the storage systems, the licensed grids level, so 10, 50 megawatts we're talking about, in the near future, in distributed system as well, in distributed solar and wind systems, we believe that storage is going to become more widespread. One of our recent sales was 3.5 megawatt hour battery system, cabinet system, which we sent to the Netherlands. That is a place where it's a little bit more mature, the distributed sector. And the system owners, in addition to that, they're also aggregators. So there are companies that carry out the commercial activities here. So once the system owner purchases this, they make an agreement with an aggregator. And an integrated storage system, if we look at the definition in the regulation, these facilities will provide services to auxiliary services, and as such, they can participate in the electricity markets much more actively. So the activation is higher and the income is a lot higher as well in that respect. In Turkey, the solar power plants that are near to completion may be able to benefit from this. Rooftop applications and those that are not able to make sales, because you can correct me if I'm mistaken, but sometimes rooftop power generation, solar energy production facilities can be established, but the sale of the energy is free of charge. But in this case, there's the option of having a storage system and released and utilized in times of need. And the other is limitation management. We have seen this a lot. We have license projects. We have a 50 megawatts limitation, for example. We can't produce above that. When you consider solar power plants, the production is during the day, but at the end of the day, there's no activity, maybe reactive power service. And in this way, storage, by adding storage to the system, integrating storage to the system, okay, with AC/DC, you've made 50/60, for example. You have the opportunity to utilize this energy off-peak and the DC-AC ratio, so your mechanical to electric energy rate can be increased. Like, for example, a 70 megawatt peak can be utilized, but why can it not be larger? But we can limit those. We limit that with an inverter, and we have an energy that we can utilize that we do not produce. These can be the most efficient usage areas. I can give one more example, and that is the electric charge stations. The number is increasing every day. But one of the things we cannot control is where we can place these, because the infrastructure, the charge station may not be compliant. A 400 kilowatts contract area, for example, may want to use a 1 megawatt or more charge station. There can be a solution here as well. Why? Because the facility that can have an instantaneous low of 400 megawatt can go up to... So we have a market that is becoming more mature, but within 2 or 3 years, in industrial and CNI usage, I think that it's going to become much more disseminated. I skipped the electric vehicle charge stations. You're very right about that. I believe that systems that were integrating charge stations, solar power, and storage are going to become more widespread. So what would you like to wrap up with, Fatih Bey? I'm hopeful for our country. I love our country. We are a country that finds solutions quickly, that reacts quickly, that can take actions quickly, that can develop actions quickly. We're a dynamic country in this regard. The future of solar is bright, and altogether, and privately we spoke with Çağrı Bey to have a fair system. We're working as hard as we can to achieve our goals in this light. Çağrı Bey, I agree, hopefully, God willing. Is there anything you'd like to add? Like our other participants have said, I believe that renewable energy, both the established capacity, especially when it comes to storage, I think it can be supported and it can grow further and contribute to our commercial deficits with solutions such as storage facilities. If we have any questions, we can take questions. If not, we thank you all for your attention. If we can have a microphone, please. I listened to your speeches. I thank you very, very much. I'm a villager. I grew up in a village. And together with energy, The environment is a concern of mine. Perhaps you may have mentioned it earlier. Solar energy systems in certain area are being established, and I'm seeing this sadly in agricultural area. What do you think about this? Where should these be established? Where should this be established so both it does not harm the environment and both it does not harm agricultural land as well? Now, within renewable energy, we have the most environmentally sensitive, which is solar. Within other renewable energies, we have, I'm not saying they're harmful, it doesn't mean that, but it's the most clean, most green, the most environmentally friendly. We can say this is solar, and we can say this very clearly. Now, agricultural areas, especially high-yield areas, land, the usage is never accepted and cannot be accepted. There are certain specific areas, but this is high intensity. In fact, let's take it one step further. Now we have Tarımges, agricultural solar power plants that are being discussed, so that at roof heights where the energy is being produced above, where agriculture can continue below. These systems are starting to develop in our country as well. We'll see that together. I know there are these agricultural areas. I know about them as well, but they're very low in number. If we're talking about 20,000 megawatts established power, if 10,000 of that is on land, then it's not even 1/1000th of it. It's only in a few locations. It may have been overlooked. So I don't want to think that it's a bad intention, essentially. But on land, solar power is being established in the right areas right now anyway. Do we have any other questions? Okay, so these solar panels, what do we have for recycling? What does Turkey plan for this? Do we have any steps for this? Do we have any developments? Or in the future, what is considered for this after they've exceeded their life cycle? I'm a mathematician. I'm an academic. And as you know, there are economic lifespans that are accepted, and that's 30 years for these panels. Even though there are not 30-year-old panels, there are now 15, 20-year-old panels on this in this country. There are panels that are exceeding 30 years now, and they are still operating at over 80% efficiency, and they continue to operate as such. And I looked at it's 1/1000th, so the battery on the back of your remote control, there's no difference between that and our solar panels. It's the electrons moving with solar energy, and I was curious about that, and I looked into how long it would take for this to become garbage. At what point do you have to throw that battery away, essentially? And at the end of 50 years, it's still at 60 years. At the end of 443 years, it will be completely obsolete. In China only there is recycling, and that is on grinding it down. And in Turkey, our oldest solar power station was in 2014. We established ourselves. It's 12 years old. So it's really, really early to be discussing this right now. Technologies may develop and becoming more recyclable. The glass or the material will be recycled, most likely. This will be utilized, I'm sure. Okay, if we don't have any questions, I'm closing the session. I'd like to thank our dear speakers and participants. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mohsen Bitar. I'm heading SMA Middle East, Africa, and Turkey. And I think there's no better time to speak about grid forming technologies than today, as we see more and more battery projects coming online and more in the pipeline for the Turkish market. So the topic of the day would be grid forming technologies. I'll go through them briefly, but before that, I'll start with a quick company presentation, a bit of an overview on SMA's product portfolio, and then followed on a focus on grid forming technologies with some key references. So SMA, we're a company established more than 40 years ago, close to 45 years ago. We're very well known for renewable energy and reliable PV inverters, but we've been venturing into batteries, into hydrogen, into e-mobility, and to energy solutions. As a company, we hold more than 1,600 patents, which makes our technology advancements on top, especially when it comes to grid forming technologies and battery storage solutions. We have more than 1.9 billion euros in revenue as of 2023, 4,000 employees strong, and more than 100, close to 60 gigawatts of installed inverters globally. We're located globally with more than 19 offices serving around 190 countries, 5 offices in Americas, 10 in EMEAs, Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and then 4 offices in APAC. And each office is responsible for the region around that. I'm reporting to our Dubai office, which is based, our UAE office, regional office, which is based out of Dubai. It was established in 2007 with a local warehouse available also in Dubai to support the region. We have on-ground support for more than 15 years and the service, sales, and marketing office since 2008. We've been operating power plants under extreme harsh conditions for more than 15 years, and that's a nice reference on the bottom left here. That's the DEWA Phase 1, commissioned, if I'm not mistaken, around 2012 in Dubai. What do we do as SMA? So primarily, we focus on high-quality PV inverters, but not only that. We've been venturing into multiple power electronic solutions, starting from electrolyzers for power-to-gas applications, battery inverters for grid forming technologies as well as grid following technologies. We also have a bunch of services and apps for the energy management system, and we offer our e-mobility solutions in the residential and commercial segments. When it comes to how we operate, we have state-of-the-art test centers located in our headquarters in Kassel in Germany. We do comprehensive functional tests for our inverters, and then we operate in the harshest conditions, be it freezing cold conditions or ultra tough desert conditions. Our inverters have been proven to operate reliably. In terms of our sectors, we're active across the 5 sectors we mentioned before: PV, storage, energy market integration, e-mobility, and power to gas, across 2 divisions. In large scale, which would be our key focus today, we are active across both, apart from e-mobility. And our key focus topic today would be grid forming technologies. And before we venture into our grid forming technologies, I would like to showcase our newest production facility, which will bump our production from 20 gigawatts a year up to 40 gigawatts a year. That's also located in Kassel and will be focused on our large-scale solutions. When it comes to our portfolio, that's our full portfolio across all segments, covering all sectors. I will not go through it in details, but I will focus on our large-scale solutions portfolio, which is relevant to our key topic today. To start with, we have our Sunny Central inverter, the plain vanilla PV option, then the battery option, and then the power-to-gas option. With that, next comes the medium voltage power station, where you get the switchgear, transformer, and the PV inverter in one skid solution. And then the Sunny High Power Peak 3, that's our string solution for utility scale power plants. And comes with it also the power plant controller that can be integrated across all of our offerings. So, to take a step into power generation today, and how do you see power generation changing in the future? it's a bit more simple, but yet getting really complicated and sophisticated on the future. So on the left, you see conventional power plants, primarily providing most of the energy and the synchronous generation across the grid. And then on the other side, you have consumers turning into prosumers, where you're producing and consuming energy close to your load. But if you look at the power generation of tomorrow, things are getting more complex as projects get more decentralized. And that's a really key topic to look at on how we operate future grids when it comes to introducing more renewable and more grid-following projects onto our grid. And of course, we've discussed this a lot. I've seen it in different talks today as well, that solar has become at its cheapest point when it comes to levelized cost of energy. We're seeing a ramp up and an extreme increase in battery storage solutions, as well as PV installations, which are predicted by 2030 to reach roughly 300 to 630 gigawatts per annum. And that's a lot for our grid to handle. And for this, there should be a lot of technologies to support welcoming more renewable energy assets on the grid. And that report, I always like to showcase it by ARENA since 2019. There's a prediction of roughly by 2050, 60% of the energy generation on the grid will be based on inverter-based resources. So those are all inverters coming online, be it wind, be it solar. And of course, for that, a lot should be prepared when it comes to battery to welcome that 60% share of inverter-based resources onto the grid. And we can already see global, major TSOs and transmission system operators looking into how we can welcome more batteries so that you can enable growth in renewable energy on a grid level. There's the national grid in the UK with the Pathfinder project, and that's a quite interesting one, which I'll reference in a bit. When it comes to our offerings, SMA is really focused at having a very smooth integration between the asset and the grid. That's where our key expertise is, be it standalone PV, string inverter on the top left, or on the right side, that's central, our central inverter solution with a PV power plant. And then in the middle, you see a co-located storage and a PV power plant. And then on the top, co-located storage with wind. And then on the bottom, you see our grid forming solution, standalone with the grid for certain functionalities, which I'll go through it in a bit. And then on the left, we have our electrolyzer converter for power to gas application, be it hydrogen or ammonia. Our key focus would be on grid forming solutions. And to go through it, we should really take a look at how our existing power grid operates. So you see on the left, that's the industry, that's where the load is. And then you have the conventional power plants providing the ancillary services mainly to keep our grid stable and running, be it voltage, inertia, short and long-term storage, overload, fault current, black start capabilities, and reactive power. They're all on the synchronous generation happening on the conventional power plant. On the other side of the grid, you see inverter-based resources, and that's our situation today, where you have solar and wind, sometimes located quite far away where the load is. And that's creating a lot of constraint for the grid operators, causing a lot of disruptions on the grid and complexities in balancing our grids. What's happening as we phase out slowly synchronous power plants, there's more investment needed across the grid, be it STATCOMs for voltage stabilization or grid boosters for load congestion management, or synchronous condensers closer to that renewable energy power plants. So there's more and more that should be done to compensate the rotating masses that are being slowly phased out on the power generation side. But the good thing is, instead of investing in each and every one separately, you can do revenue stacking using batteries, and batteries can literally solve most issues that grids are facing these days. So if you take a step forward and see where SMA is active in, so across the whole grid, be it from the electrolyzer generation, for example, connected in synchronous with the grid, UPS functionalities also as well, supporting opposite to the backup gensets as you see it. STATCOMs can be done using batteries and SMA technology, grid boosters as well with batteries, and closer to the power plants, you can look at DC or AC coupled PV and also synchronous condensers compensated using SMA with battery technologies. So those are key grid forming applications which can be beneficial for the whole grid, for it to be enabled to accommodate more renewable energy and for a smooth operation of a grid. As we see here, there's multiple revenue streams stacked per project. So instead of investing only in synchronous condensers or in grid boosters or in batteries to trade in the market, these days the same battery can be used for grid forming and grid following applications, and then the investor can really pull more revenue out of the same asset using enabling more stacking options. So you have the wholesale market participation, capacity market, frequency response, short circuit, inertia, system restoration, and islanding can all be stacked on the same asset. And you have the option of not starting it in day zero, but your solution would be future-proof with SMA. Let's say if you start in the capacity market and at the later stage introduce islanding, that's still possible. A really nice project that I would like to reference is Europe's largest transmission connected battery. That's the Black Hillock project, developed by Zenobi and constructed with Vartilla together with SMA inverters. That project will enable a lot of grid stability services for the UK grid. It's located in Scotland, close to wind power plants, where there's a bit of challenges in the grid. And you can see since day zero, this battery will be used for whole market trading, capacity market, for frequency reserve, short circuit level, as well as inertia. This battery is providing all those options for the grid. And this is being commissioned as we speak now. It's predicted to save roughly around 170 million over the next 15 years on consumer bills in the UK. So to
Özetlemem gerekirse dediğim gibi kendi firmamızın üretimi olan invertörleri sunabiliyoruz. Sistemleri tek sıfırdan
following capabilities, you can use it as STATCOM, current, secondary reserve, and fast frequency response. So a lot of grid challenges can be resolved using inverter-based resources. So to sum it up, grid forming technology really helps to increase share of renewable energy assets on the grid. It decreases availability of conventional power plants, and it helps phase out slowly conventional power plants. It compensates to a lot of grid measures that are required, and it's helping for a more resilient and faster grid and to avoid failures on a grid level. Perfect. Thank you. Any questions? Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming to watch this last speech of the day, I think. Pretty much everything that's between this and dinner. So I'm here to present my company, Ocean Sun. We are a Norwegian floating solar company. Behind me here you see our large installation in Banja Dam in Albania. I will walk you guys through a little bit about the company, about our technology, and also about the potential that we're looking forward to reach. First of all, why solar and floating solar? We know that the best kind of renewable energy is solar energy. But there is now a lack of deployment space around the world, and we see that putting it on the water with floating solar is definitely the way to go going forward. And if you want durable and low-cost technology for floating solar, you have to go with Ocean Sun. There's quite a few floating solar technologies on the market. Most of you will know the Sungrow Siltair solution, which is kind of a pontoon-based solution. And this was an attempt to take a land-based solar power plant and put it on the water. You also have a few other solutions, like Zimmermann, a German company that has done an east-west structure. And then you have Solar Duck and CMC Raffles, who are doing more offshore, bigger constructions, so they can handle more waves. And then you have Ocean Sun. And we have tried to incorporate all these technologies and made a solution that is both low cost, high efficiency, and seaworthy. Quickly about the company, we established in 2016. 30 employees, 12 projects. We're listed in Norway, and we have an office in Oslo, in Shanghai, and in Singapore. So let me go through a few of our installations. We started putting it out in the pool to see whether or not modules on membrane would float. It did. So we put it out in a bigger installation in Norway, in Bergen, and we saw that that worked well as well. Then we went on to building it in Singapore to try in the tropics, in the near equator, and that was also a success before we built a larger 150 kilowatt peak in Norway that was connected to a fish farm, powering that fish farm. This was also a great solution on saltwater, first floating solar installation on saltwater. So we went on to explore more on the freshwater. That's when we started building in Philippines, because we are the only floating solar technology that can handle typhoons, because it's a low, no drag solution. So in the Philippines, we are now testing in typhoon conditions, and this is a 250 kilowatt peak installation. Then we went on to building a larger floater in Albania. This is currently the largest one, and here you see how we build it. You weld together the pipes, you put out the brackets in a double ring structure, you pull out the membrane, and you push the system to site. One neat feature with Ocean Sun is that you can put the pallet of solar modules right on the membrane, so you close and the short distance to move modules. You can also turn it around to shorten the time it takes to install. We push it to site, and as you can see, and push it with a small boat. And now this is the first of the 4 rings that are currently in Albania, producing 2.5 gigawatts a year. Another salient feature of Ocean Sun is that you can actually walk on the modules, because the modules are supported by the water underneath, meaning that you don't need walkways, so you can have a much higher density than you can with pontoons or on land. Then we wanted to really try the limits of where our solution could be, so we decided to put it out in the Yellow Sea outside of Shandong, China. And this is 30 kilometers offshore, and we pulled them out and connected them to a wind turbine. This was an R&D project together with SPIC, the Chinese State Power Investment Corporation. And even though it was a beautiful trial, it was also a chance to have a lot of quick learnings for us, because it's far offshore, big waves, and much that needed to be improved from that test site. but it gave us very beautiful pictures, and we were the first ones to move floating solar offshore, the first ones to put them 30 kilometers into the sea, and the first ones to connect it to a wind turbine. Since Ocean Sun is a technology supplier, we have the importance of patents hanging over us. And we currently have 2 main patent families. Altogether now we have 4 patent families, 2 are granted globally. And as you see, most all relevant countries have now granted our patents, including Turkey. I guess the main patent is putting PV modules on membrane on water. So we are the only one that can do that, and that's our invention. A few technology highlights. As mentioned, we have low capex because we have very little material used, little plastics. We have high efficiency because the modules are water cooled. I'll get back to that. It's a quick installation, as you saw from the video, and the structure is seaworthy, and it's very lean transportation. We can move 2 megawatt of membrane in one 40-foot container, meaning that we're about 1/20th of the containers you need to move pontoons. So this is how the system looks if you get the whole picture. It is basically, we took 50 years of experience from Norwegian salmon farming and applied solar to it. So instead of coming from land-based solar and trying to put it on the water, we used offshore, known, tested technology, certifiable, and then added solar to it. And this structure is certified now by DNV, so we have statement of conformity to DNV based on the standard NS 9415, which is the aquaculture standard. So we're the only floating solar structure that can actually certify to a known standard. It's also now certifiable to BV standards as of this week, actually, which is quite exciting. What we have here is a 4-point mooring. So we have concrete slabs, you have a buoy, you have brittle lines, you have a buoyancy pipe around the structure, then you have a membrane with modules on top and pumps that pump off any excess rainwater. On the side, you see, point 9, you have the inverters that are sitting on the floater, and then you transport the power to shore. One of many strengths of this solution is that you can be on in big waves, as we've seen, but also you can be in reservoirs with high changes in water level. And the reason for that is the catenary mooring structure that we're using. And as you see, when you have changes in the water level, you will move the mooring up and down with the water. So this structure is basically unlimited, the water level fluctuations, but our installations today have been through up to 30 meters of water fluctuations without having any issues with that. And there's no other floating solar technology that can achieve and be built in reservoirs with such kind of fluctuations in water level. Another strength is the cooling. So our modules are lying directly on the membrane on the water. That means that the temperature is the same as the water underneath. And as you see from this picture from Singapore, we have 33 degrees in the water. The modules resting on the membrane hold 35 degrees, so a delta of 2 degrees between the module temperature and the water temperature. While the modules on the left, these are lifted off the membrane 5 centimeters, so they're air-cooled, and they hold a much higher temperature. And this is a quick way of showing how using Ocean Sun on the membrane, you will have up to 10% more efficiency compared to air-cooled modules. And this has been proven by us, but also been shown in different papers written also for the Solar Energy journal, showing this 10% cooling mechanism, and also it's certified by DNV. So even though the modules are flat, so you don't have that tilt that you expect to have, I guess in Turkey it's about 10 or 12 degrees, you get more juice from our module, more efficiency from our modules because of the water cooling. So you don't lose anything. The change is when you get up to Germany, then you start to lose by having less tilt and the cooling. So the module itself, it's a standard dual glass module. But we've changed it that we have the junction boxes on the sunny side so that the junction boxes will not be lying into the membrane and be in water. Secondly, we have a special frame that we use to slot the modules into the membrane. As you see here, we have welded into the membrane a a double cater system. And it's kind of like you raise a sail to a mast, you slot these modules into the cater, and you attach them that way. So here you see a sort of a rendering of how these modules are pushed into the caters in big volumes. And this makes it a very quick way to install modules, and there's no other technology that can install 0.5 megawatt faster than us. So where are the markets going forward? We see that what we call the tier 2 market, which is near shore, island nations and resorts. This is an example here on the left is a resort in Maldives. So we're building 2 megawatts to this resort, and this construction starts next week actually. And it will be the first resort in the world that is running on floating solar. The second picture is for a port in Canary Islands in Spain. Also a microgrid powering this fishing facility in Tazacorte. So these kind of applications where you combine the microgrid with floating solar is something we really see can not only be a very good business model, but also very beneficial to islands and island nations that are currently using diesel power, because this is running on a much lower LCOE than diesel. But then the biggest market going forward, it's no doubt the hydropower reservoirs. We see that all over the world hydropower reservoirs are looking to be building with adding floating solar to double or triple their capacity. So we've already built in Albania, in Philippines, and we're working on several other hydropower installations in the months and years to come. As I have been talking about, the CILTAR, they concluded that only 10% of hydropower reservoirs in Europe were eligible for floating solar because they had either too much water fluctuations or too big waves or were too deep. But in that 90% that you cannot build pontoons, you can still build with Ocean Sun because we can handle the water fluctuations, we can handle waves, no problem, and due to our Kettner mooring structure, we have much fewer mooring lines, so it's also feasible to moor in very deep reservoirs. Looking to Turkey, we are very excited to work with the UGIS. They have been working very hard in the market here, and I think they've been able to unlock a lot of opportunities for us, and I'm looking forward to building the first Ocean Sun installation here in the near future. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for coming to listen to this speech, and let me know if there are any questions. Thank you.